Faith for the Cowboy by Hannah Jo Abbott. Chapter 1. Lawson Macklin scrunched his eyebrows, wondering if he dared to answer Riley Kennemer's phone call. He removed his cowboy hat and wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his gloved hand, squinting as he surveyed the vast expanse of the Macklin family ranch. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the plains of Texas. It had been a long day of hard work, just like every other day on the ranch. Not that he didn't like what he did. He had been born into the Macklin family to be a cowboy, and he loved spending his days riding his horse and tending to the herd. But day after day, year after year of being just one of the Macklin boys was wearing on him. As he approached the old red barn on his horse, he thought about his 6 brothers. Jensen would be in the barn, as he usually was, and Sawyer was likely in the office checking in on the business side of the ranch. Hawk was up at the horse training facility, trying out some new horses he'd bought at an auction. But Colton, Titus, and Garrett had been with Lawson most of the day herding the cattle. Any of them were likely to appear and overhear his phone conversation. He stared at his phone knowing he couldn't talk long, but he tapped the button. "Hey, Riley," he said. "I just have a minute. About to be at the barn." "Hey, Law. So what you're saying is, you're going to be around your brothers, and you can't say anything about the R word." "That's right." Lawson's attention turned to the secret he'd been harboring for months. He had always been content with ranch life, helping his father and brothers run the family's cattle operation. But lately he had found something new, something that could be his own without the competition of his brothers or the watchful eye of his parents. Now that he had been training whenever he could squeeze in the time, he was sure that he wanted to be the best rodeo cowboy he could be. The rodeo circuit was a world away from the ranch life, and he knew his family would never understand. To them, rodeos were a reckless pursuit, a dangerous pastime that only led to disappointment and broken bones. His parents had been adamant that they didn't want their sons participating when they were teens, but Lawson was a man now at 25 and could make his own choices. Still, he couldn't stand the thought of what his family would think. Outside the barn door, he dismounted and hoped no one would wander up to hear his phone conversation. Thunder nuzzled his shoulder affectionately, sensing his owner's unease. Lawson rubbed the horse's neck, thankful for the connection with the animal. Riley spoke. "Have you decided about the rodeo next weekend? You need to register if you want to compete." Riley had been competing in rodeos for years and helped Lawson with his training. "I don't know," Lawson said hesitantly. "Come on, man, you're ready." "I know you are. But even if you're not, you've got to start sometime. The only way to do it is to try. What's the worst that could happen?" Lawson laughed. "Plenty of things could happen." Riley joined him. "That's true. But if you want to compete, it's time to try." Lawson nodded as he sighed. "I know." Right then, he made a decision. "All right, let's do it." His friend gave a triumphant laugh. "Yes, I'll put your name on the list, but you'll have to fill out the paperwork and sign the releases. I'll come by tomorrow and take care of it." After a few more moments of conversation, careful to avoid saying anything out loud that would give him away, Lawson ended the call. He turned his attention to his horse and took care of his needs. Lawson worked hard, but his horse worked hard every day too. His father taught him from when he was a young boy how important it is to take good care of the animals and treat them with respect. Lawson gave a half grin, remembering that it was because he got in trouble for throwing rocks near a horse. That was a mistake he wouldn't make again. Lawson thought back over the last few years. After graduating from high school, some of his friends left the town of Shelby Springs for college or life outside of the small town. Lawson hadn't looked anywhere, knowing his place was at Whispering Oaks Ranch. He had always loved it there. Sure, it was hard work, but it was rewarding and predictable. He got up at the same time every day and did the same work. Even the unexpected events like a middle-of-the-night birth for a cow or an injured horse always seemed to follow the same course. Now that the years stretched on, and he hit his mid-20s without seeing much of the world beyond the fences, the day in and day out sameness was driving him crazy. That's what drove him to the rodeo training. He felt a sense of adventure when he sat on the back of a bull or a bucking bronco, and he was sure he would feel a thrill of excitement the first time he walked into the ring for a real competition. Lawson lifted his head as his brothers began to make their way into the barn, grateful he'd finished his call before they arrived. For a moment, he felt like he might burst if he didn't tell them. The Macklin boys were known for making everything into a competition. That was another reason he hadn't told the family. One of his brothers would likely jump at the chance to compete against him. No, he would keep his secret a little longer. He needed something that was just for him. "Jensen, you in for tonight?" Titus called out as he walked in leading his horse behind him. Jensen appeared from one of the stalls. "What's tonight?" Titus rolled his eyes. "The game." Jensen put his hands on his hips and waited for more. He finally shrugged. "What game?" Titus shook his head. "The football game? We're watching it at Lawson's house. Just the guys." "Oh, man." Jensen pulled his hat off and shook his head. "I can't tonight. Sierra has a meeting at church, and I'm staying with the kids." Titus's shoulders slumped. As one of the few single brothers left, he was free from family responsibilities. Lawson shared his disappointment that his brothers weren't able to hang out like they used to. He wasn't ready to be tied down like the others. His bachelor cowboy life was simple, and he planned to keep it that way. "Hey, don't worry about those old geezers," Lawson said with a wink. "You and I can have a good time watching the game without worrying about being home for bedtime." Jensen chuckled. "Sorry to miss out, but I won't complain about being home. One day you'll find out how nice it is to have a family to stay home with." "I never said it wasn't nice. It's what we had growing up. But I'm still happy to have my freedom." Garrett entered the barn and the conversation. "I thought the same thing, but I wouldn't trade life with Elise for anything." "All right, that's enough of the pushing. Titus and I can make decisions about our own romantic lives." Hawk busted out in a laugh. "That's what you think. Just when you think you can control it, God will throw a curve in your plans." Lawson tugged on his cowboy hat. "We'll see about that. I'm off to dinner, boys. See you there." As he walked to the main house, Lawson thought about Hawk's words. He had been brought up to believe in God, and he still did. But more and more he wasn't sure that God was interested in his day-to-day life. Sure, his brothers had found their happily ever afters, and he was happy for them. But Lawson needed his own path. Maybe God wouldn't be that happy with him keeping a secret from his family about wanting to compete in rodeos. Maybe he didn't care. Lawson shook his head. No, he wasn't going to think about this now. God was great in church on Sunday and all, but that was enough for him. If it comforted his brothers, fine. But Lawson had outgrown the idea that God was always with him working his plan. Lawson was ready to find his own way. Chapter the Dusra. Harper Sullivan lifted her camera and snapped a few photos before holding it down again to look at the images on the screen. It was often a challenge to get the lighting right when she was working a nighttime rodeo. The stadium lights could be tricky. She wanted to get in a few practice shots before the crowds arrived, so she clicked a few more images of the horses and riders trotting around in a circle. The distinct smell of dirt, sweat, and animals mixed together and tickled her nose. Everything about the rodeo was as familiar to her as her own childhood home. It had practically been her second home since her teenage years. Some of the memories she would rather forget, but mostly being here made her feel like a kid again. "Hey, Harper!" Riley Kennemer called out, walking toward her with a clipboard. Riley was the arena director over multiple rodeos since Mr. Rawlings retired last year. Harper smiled as he neared. "Hey, Riley, it's good to see a familiar face." "I'm glad to see you too. Amelia is up in the booth. She'll want to say hi, Riley said of his wife. We were excited to hear you were coming to our part of the world. Harper lifted her camera. Happy to be here. I can't believe I haven't worked this event before. But then again, I was mostly based in Kentucky when I was working for Cassie. Harper said of her former boss. South Central Rodeo Promotions hasn't quite been the same since Lorana took over. I asked to travel a little more. She didn't give the real reason for that. I hope we'll see you at a lot more of our events, Riley said. Do you need anything from me? I don't think so. I'm just getting in some practice shots. I would like to talk with the announcers and get some shots with them before things get started tonight. And if the entertainer has anything in particular he wants me to capture. She paused and laughed. Or any danger I need to stay away from, just let me know. Riley laughed too. Rodeo entertainers were known for cooking up some mischief. As far as I know, there aren't any fireworks involved tonight. Harper nodded. Good to know. She winked as she knew he was thinking of the performance gone wrong at a rodeo a couple of years ago. We wouldn't want to set the merchandise table on fire. Exactly. Well, if you need anything, let me know. I've got a few more things to take care of. He tapped his clipboard before he walked away. Harper watched him go and thought how different he seemed than the reckless bull rider she had known only a few years ago. That was an exception, rather than the rule. Most rodeo cowboys didn't like to grow up. She took a while longer to walk around the arena, checking out all the angles and finding the best spots to stand. A good view of the entrance was a necessity. She glanced around at the empty stands and imagined just a couple hours from now when the crowds would fill the seats. She would be sure to get plenty of photos of the audience. Nothing showed the fun of a rodeo like people laughing and smiling, or with their mouths wide open in shock. Harper winced and hoped there wouldn't be too much shock at tonight's event. She shook her head to remove the images that flashed in her mind. No, tonight would be great. She would focus on the fun and excitement of the sport she loved to capture. Even if sometimes it also terrified her. Lawson tugged on his belt as he stood watching the ceremony begin. He had attended enough rodeos as a kid to know the drill. Horses paraded around the arena in a circle ridden by some of the competitors. Many of them were cowboys who were younger than Lawson, but much more experienced than him. Not necessarily in riding a horse. He'd been in the saddle since he was practically a toddler, but at the rodeo events, he was still a novice. He and his brothers had played their own version of rodeos as kids. They would pretend to perform for a crowd and time each other to compete at roping cows. But this wasn't his parents' ranch, and he wasn't a kid anymore. Tonight, he would climb on a real bull and hold on for dear life in front of a crowd of people. Tonight, he would be a real rodeo cowboy. His heart threatened to pound out of his chest at the thought. It was equal parts thrilling and terrifying. Lawson squeezed his eyes shut for a moment and tried not to think of his mother's face if she knew what he was doing. Then a rider bearing the flag rode into the arena and the first few notes of the Star-Spangled Banner played over the loudspeaker. Lawson stood at attention and whipped his cowboy hat off his head and over his heart. When the anthem ended, he took a deep breath and moved away from the fence. He wasn't sure he could stomach watching the other competitors before it was his turn. He might get some good sense and walk away. As he turned away to walk away, suddenly he bumped into something and stumbled back a step. Blinking in shock, he tried to focus on the woman now standing in front of him. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he said quickly. "Are you all right?" She barely glanced up at him. "I think so." Her gaze was on the large camera lens in her hand. "Oh no. Is it damaged?" She lifted her chin, looked him up and down, and then smiled in amusement. "Is my camera lens damaged from bumping into you? What do you think you are, the Hulk?" Lawson chuckled. "I guess not. I'm sorry, though. I wasn't paying attention." She brushed her long, strawberry blonde ponytail over her shoulder, causing it to sway across her back. "No harm done. But if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to work." Lawson was too surprised to say anything else, so he moved quickly to the side and watched her pass him. Her ponytail fell over her shoulders as she bent down to unzip her camera bag to swap out her lens. Straightening, she effortlessly attached it and swung her bag behind her back before she stepped up on the railing and hooked one elbow over the fence. She pointed her camera at the arena and began snapping pictures. Without a doubt, she was a professional, not just a girl with a camera hobby. When she turned slightly, he caught sight of the badge that read, South Central Rodeo Association Photographer. Lawson rubbed his chin and continued to watch her. What kind of woman made a life out of photographing rodeo cowboys? He grinned, sure that he would like whatever kind of woman that was. As she moved around taking photos, Lawson's nerves fell away as he saw how confident she was in her work. All too soon he remembered that he needed to focus on his upcoming ride. Suddenly he wondered what this mystery woman would think about him when he entered the arena. Would he stand out in the group of competitors? Or was she involved in rodeo because she already had a cowboy for a boyfriend? Lawson shook his head. Where did that come from? He wasn't here to win over a lady friend. This was for him. Rodeo was the one thing he had that didn't have anything to do with his brothers, Whispering Oaks, or the Macklin name. He was going to make his own name. And that started tonight. He couldn't let himself be distracted by a woman he didn't even know. Moving down the entry to the staging area, he narrowed his eyes and turned his attention to the upcoming event. He would compete in broncs first. That was the event that had first caught his attention as a kid. Those big horses trying to throw a cowboy. A memory unfolded of the first rodeo he attended. He must have been around 5 or 6 when he sat in awe of the cowboy who held on for the 8-second ride. Then he jumped off while the horse was still kicking his feet high in the air. Lawson had watched as the cowboy slung his hat into the air, and he hoped right then that one day he would do the same. Of course, his mom had shot that down pretty quickly. Lydia Macklin, as the wife of a rancher and the mom of 7 boys, was her own version of sweet and tough. She had endured a lot on the ranch. But she couldn't see the point of putting yourself in harm's way for entertainment or sport. She had let each of her boys know she didn't want them getting involved in rodeo. And Lawson had respected her opinion all these years. But it was time to be his own man. He was responsible for his own health and his own medical bills. Taking his spot among the group of competitors, he waited and watched as the other competitions commenced. "Macklin!" a loud voice boomed. Lawson raised his hand and moved toward the man. He tugged his hat on tight, hoping it would survive the ride. It was his favorite. When the competitor before him finished and the bronco was through the exit gate, Lawson climbed up on the platform to the chute and stared at the horse in front of him. The nameplate on his side read, Inferno. Lawson put on a brave face, but inside he shuddered. The horse was big and shook his head to show he was already mad. Lawson mounted the horse and looped his hand through the rein and held on tight. He looked up and nodded. His heart thudded hard against his ribs, and his brain shrieked at him to stop this madness as the horn sounded and the gate flew open. He thought he would always remember his first rodeo performance. Instead, a few moments later, he heard the buzzer announcing he had lasted the 8 seconds, and the pickup man on the horse beside him tugged him off the bronco. Lawson had no idea what had just happened. The seconds were a total blur. The crowd cheered, and Lawson took a deep breath as he looked around, stunned. As he climbed down and walked to the exit of the arena, a slow smile crept over his face. He had done it. His first real rodeo event, and he couldn't wait to do it again. Chapter Mundram. Lawson watched from the exhibition barn, where Sierra held equestrian trainings, and the ranch had started hosting events. Today was a big event day. Katie had convinced Sawyer a few years earlier that the ranch needed to diversify if they wanted to grow as a business and support all the brothers and their future families. At the time, Sawyer had no idea that Katie would be part of that future family. Sierra coming to start the training facility had been part of the growth of the ranch. Then she met Jensen and joined the family too. Event days were exciting. Lawson looked forward to having other people at the ranch and doing something other than chasing cattle all day. Today was a family-friendly event, and Lawson was overseeing the children's mock rodeo events. As he carried a bale of hay to the feeding trough, the rumble of an approaching SUV caught his attention. Lawson squinted against the sunlight as the vehicle pulled to a stop in the yard. The driver's side door opened and a woman stepped out. She was tall and slender. Her long, dark strawberry blonde hair caught the sun, showing off the reddish tint. She wore a worn-in pair of jeans, a faded rodeo t-shirt, and a camera bag slung over her shoulder. The rodeo photographer. Lawson's heart quickened as he watched her approach. She didn't smile as she came near. Lawson couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity and a flutter of nerves. He couldn't believe the same woman who had drawn his attention at the rodeo was now standing in his yard. "Hi," he said, his brain unable to come up with anything more creative. "Hello," she said, tilting her head as if waiting for him to say more. Lawson realized in that moment that if she recognized him, she might spill the beans to his family. "I'm Lawson Macklin," he said, reaching out to shake hands. "Harper Sullivan," she said, gripping his hand. "I'm here to photograph the event." "Great," he said, sounding a little too enthusiastic. "My family owns the ranch." Why did he say that? Did he sound as nerdy as he thought? She nodded, looking unfazed as she glanced around. "It's a nice place." Should he tell her he recognized her from the rodeo? Or would that only mean he had to tell her it was a secret? That might be too much when meeting someone for the first time, or second time. Maybe he should let it slide and see what happened. Yeah, that made the most sense. He cleared his throat. "I can show you around. What do you need to see?" "I'll be walking around and taking pictures basically anywhere the event is happening. You know, the crowds, the demonstrations, the kids' rodeo?" Lawson nodded. "Sure. I'm about to head over to the kids' event location now if you want to walk with me." "Sounds good." As they walked, Lawson tried to think of something to start a conversation. "So are you from around here?" he asked. "Not exactly. I'm originally from Kentucky, but I travel a lot, so I'm not really from anywhere now." "You travel as a photographer?" "Mm-hmm," Harper said, pausing as she lifted her camera and snapped a few shots of the arena in the distance. She turned in a circle and took more shots of the view of the ranch. Lawson stopped and watched her. Her focus was intense. She seemed to have forgotten he was even there. When she finally lowered her camera, she didn't even look his way before she started walking again. Lawson chuckled to himself as he fell in step. "How long have you been a photographer?" he asked. She cocked her head to the side as if thinking about the answer. "I've always been a photographer," she said. "Really?" "In a way. I guess what I mean is, I've always looked at life as if through a camera lens. But what you mean is, how long I have worked and made money taking pictures. Since I was 19. She slowed down for him to catch up to her and gave him a sideways glance. "How long have you been a cowboy?" He grinned. "I've always been a cowboy." She smiled back at him. "I can see that. And how long have you been competing in rodeos?" Lawson stopped suddenly as his mouth fell open. "I guess you did recognize me." She lifted one shoulder. "Not at first. To be honest, I meet a lot of men in jeans, a flannel shirt, and a cowboy hat. But I remembered your voice." Lawson stuffed his hands in his pockets and cleared his throat. "That was actually my first rodeo." As he said the cliché words, he laughed. "Wow. Never thought I would say that." He lowered his eyes to the ground, trying to find the words. But, my family doesn't know that I'm doing it." Harper raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" "Yeah. It's just that I wanted to keep it a secret for a little while." She nodded. "I understand. I won't say anything." Lawson breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. Sierra, he called out, waving his sister-in-law over. This is Harper Sullivan. She'll be photographing the event today. Great. Sierra reached out to shake hands. It's nice to meet you. I'm Sierra Macklin. Oh, wow. Is your maiden name Carter? Sierra's eyes grew wide. Yes, it is. I remember you from the rodeo circuit. Barrel racing, right? Sierra beamed with pride as she placed her hands on her hips. That's right. It was a long time ago, though. Harper smiled. I've been around rodeos for a long time. Wait, what did you say your last name is? Sullivan, Harper said. Are you related to Noah Sullivan? Harper pressed her lips together as she nodded. He was my brother. Sierra reached out and put a hand on her arm. Noah was a great rider. I saw him compete several times, and I like to think we were friends. Harper gave a small smile. I'm sure he felt the same way. Noah made friends everywhere he went. Everyone loved him. Sierra nodded. Yes, I would agree with that. Lawson watched the two women and noted the sad look in Harper's eyes when she mentioned her brother. What had happened to him? Harper lifted her camera as she changed the subject. I'll be around. I'd like to take some practice shots to find the best spots. Sounds great, Sierra said. Make yourself at home. Holler if you need me. Thanks. Lawson watched Harper walk away before returning to his own responsibilities. He hoped that his job today would require more time spent with her. Harper made her way around the event arena. Sierra's words echoed in her mind. Make yourself at home. She hadn't been anywhere close to home in a very long time. Her parents kept in touch, and her mom always asked her to come home for holidays, but Harper usually found an excuse not to. She still saw her parents, but only when they came to visit her on the road. Harper had made her life in rented houses, hotel rooms, and rodeo grounds. Her thoughts drifted to her brother as she adjusted her camera settings and aimed at the excited children as they prepared for the mock rodeo events. She always felt closest to her brother at a rodeo, something her parents didn't understand, which was evident every time they encouraged her to come home and find a real job. He had loved the events and the atmosphere of the rodeo. It had made him happy, like nothing else did. Harper hoped by attending rodeos and capturing the images, she could keep his memory alive. As she moved through the crowd snapping photos of the animated antics of the children, the mixture of nerves and excitement of their parents, and the vibrant expressions of onlookers, Harper felt a sense of belonging that she hadn't experienced in a long time. The laughter, the cheers, and the occasional cry of disappointment created a tapestry of human emotion that her lens eagerly captured. The corners of her mouth lifted into a smile as she watched a cowboy lean down and talk to a little boy wearing jeans, chaps, and a cowboy hat. His tiny boots looked brand new, and his face beamed with excitement as the man spoke to him. Harper drew closer and snapped several shots of the little boy's reactions as the man kept his back to her. She recognized Lawson's voice as he encouraged the boy and gave him a few tips about holding onto the sheep during the mutton-busting event. Just as she snapped one more picture, he stood and turned to face her. Was it her imagination, or did he blush when he saw her? Surely he wasn't embarrassed to have his picture taken. The rodeo cowboys she knew enjoyed any kind of attention they could get. But then again, most of them didn't take the time to stoop down to a child's level and cheer them on. Maybe he was a different sort of man than the cowboys she knew. She gave her head a little shake. There was no use thinking for any amount of time about a rodeo cowboy. As much as she wanted to be around the sport, she knew better than to make plans with a man who liked to ride bulls. Her brother had taught her that. Lawson walked toward her and interrupted her thoughts with a question. Did you see the little kid dressed as a rodeo clown? She laughed. No, I didn't. I'll point him out. You've got to get a picture of that. It's like the next generation of rodeo right here in Shelby Springs. I like the sound of that. Are you just in town only for the event? He didn't say that he hoped she would stay longer. Harper turned to look at him, her camera momentarily forgotten. Her gaze assessed him, and Lawson felt like he was under a microscope. That's right, she replied, her tone guarded. I'm just here to cover the rodeo for the magazine. Then I'll move on to the next event. Like always. Lawson nodded, his cowboy hat casting a shadow over his rugged features. Well, I hope you find our rodeo to your liking. We work hard on this event, and we take pride in what we do here. Harper raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. Is that so? I've heard a few things about rodeo cowboys. I thought the only thing they take pride in is the score on their ride. Lawson didn't hide the flash of irritation that crossed his face. I reckon there's more to us than meets the eye, he replied, his voice tinged with defensiveness. Harper's gaze remained unyielding. I'll believe it when I see it. With that, she turned back to her camera, signaling the conversation was over. She couldn't deny that she was intrigued by this man who worked his family's ranch, but kept it a secret that he competed in rodeos. What exactly did that say about him? As she captured the event, she noticed how Lawson Macklin made his way into her camera lens throughout the day. It wasn't her fault he was everywhere, and it wasn't his fault that he looked so good on camera. Still, she needed to keep her focus on her work, and far away from the handsome cowboy who captured her attention more than she wanted to admit. Chapter 9. The event at the ranch from a couple weeks past was a distant memory as Lawson watched the competitors before him at another rodeo. A pit settled in his stomach, but it wasn't the thought of the 8-second ride ahead of him this time that concerned him. He had been dishonest with his family. Before now, he had only omitted the fact that he was training for rodeos. But this weekend, he had told them an outright lie. He desperately wanted to compete in the rodeo in Dallas, 2 hours from home. But he couldn't get away without an excuse. So he told them he was going to look at some cattle. No one questioned him since that was part of his job on the ranch. Now he felt terrible. Lawson hung his hand and rubbed his temples between his thumb and middle finger. Why was he lying to his family as a grown man? He could make his own decisions, and they couldn't stop him. No, it wasn't because they would stop him. What terrified him was the look he knew his mom would give him when she heard the news. Also, he couldn't be sure if his brothers would laugh in his face or join him to compete. And he didn't know which would be worse. "Hey, man," a familiar voice said, before his heavy hand came crashing down on Lawson's shoulder. "You ready to do this again?" Lawson grinned at Riley and pushed thoughts of his family aside. "You bet I am." Riley chuckled. "Nothing like that first taste of it, huh? Once you do it, you have to do it again." Lawson nodded. "That's exactly how I feel. Don't know if I can get enough of it." He sighed, knowing it was true, and knowing that meant eventually he would have to tell his family. "Sorry I didn't make it out to the event at Whispering Oaks the other week," Riley said. "Amelia's family had a gathering we had to be at." "I get it. You're a family man now. I wouldn't be surprised if you two start having your own family soon." Riley smiled. "I can't say anything yet." Lawson laughed. "Well, then that tells me that there's something to not tell." "Good luck, man." "Thanks, Law. Good luck to you. I saw the bull you drew today. You're gonna need all the luck you can get." "Don't worry about me. I'm ready," he called out after his friend. Riley lifted a hand in a thumbs up. "Are you sure about that?" Lawson whipped around to see Harper standing close by, her camera in hand. "Yeah, I'm sure I'm ready. I think I was born ready for this. It just took me a long time to figure it out." Harper smiled. "I don't think anyone is ever really ready to sit on a bull that's going to kick and buck until they fall off. But okay." She shrugged. Lawson tilted his head. "For someone who works at rodeos, you don't seem to have a very high opinion of rodeo cowboys." She didn't smile as she looked away. Let's just say it's complicated. Lawson cleared his throat. He had to assume that she had dated too many rodeo cowboys. She wouldn't be interested in him, even if she didn't travel for work. Even if Lawson wanted to, he couldn't travel that much for rodeos. He had to stick close to the ranch. Well, I better get ready, he said. Harper nodded and moved away without a word. Lawson wanted to watch her. She was striking, and if he could stop fumbling over himself, maybe he could get to know her. But he couldn't do that now. He needed to focus. He had enjoyed the last rodeo, but this time it wasn't just about surviving his first rodeo. He wanted to win. He stepped up to the gate and hung onto the fence as he watched the other competitors before him. In less than half an hour, his ride was over, and he knew he wouldn't win. He had barely lasted 3 seconds on the massive animal. He gritted his teeth and sucked in a breath as he stood up and dug his toe in the dirt. He lifted his hat to the audience as he grimaced. The announcer cheered the audience on. "Come on, folks. All he's gonna get is what you give him, so holler loud." Lawson kept his eyes on the ground as he made his way out of the arena. If he was going to keep doing this, he needed it to be worth it. That meant he needed to practice. And that meant more secrets from his family. Harper carefully packed her camera into her bag and set it beside the rest of her equipment in the back of her SUV. She climbed behind the wheel and started the drive to the hotel where she would stay for the night. Thank goodness for discount hotels and reward points. All she could think about right now was a hot shower to wash off the dirt and the smell of horses. The animals were great, and the smell brought back so many fond memories. But that didn't mean she wanted to smell like it when she laid down in bed at night. As she drove away from the rodeo, the sounds and lights drifted away until it was just Harper alone with her thoughts. She had worked hard today and gotten a lot of great shots. She had also gotten a nice jolt in the arm when the fence post she was leaning against got run into by a bucking bronco. There would be a bruise tomorrow. Hazard of the job. It was nothing compared to what some of the cowboys would have. Especially Lawson Macklin. He'd had a hard fall. Harper winced as she thought about it, not only because of the fall, but because she shouldn't be thinking about him at all. He was exactly the opposite of her type, rodeo cowboy. Not that she had a type, really. She hadn't thought about settling down and being in a relationship in a very long time, and maybe she hadn't ever really believed it would happen. No, she was better off this way, wild and free, traveling, taking pictures, and keeping herself busy. As long as she was looking toward the next event and the next submission deadline, she didn't have to think about the past. Just as she lay down in bed, her phone beeped, so she glanced at the screen. Just a storm warning. Barely taking in the details as she fought to keep her eyes open, she saw that it was about tomorrow and decided she could worry about that when she was awake. Chapter 5. The rodeo arena buzzed with excitement as day 2 of the events continued. Competitors raced against the clock in barrel racing and hung on desperately to the bulls as they bucked and spun, trying to unseat their riders. The stands were filled with spectators who cheered and applauded after each event. Lawson watched the other riders as he kept an eye on the sky above. It wasn't raining yet, but in the distance, a dark wall of clouds loomed. The weatherman was predicting a rough storm. As the day wore on, Lawson wondered if they would finish the event. Surely the organizers were concerned for the rodeo participants and the spectators. Sure enough, as the final bull rider completed his 8-second ride and the crowd erupted in cheers, the first raindrops began to fall. At first, they were a welcome relief, a cool respite from the Texas heat. But within minutes, the light rain turned into a torrential downpour. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to find cover. Lawson could take care of himself, but without an explanation, his mind went directly to one person. He looked around frantically and spotted Harper on the other end of the arena. Before he could think, his feet moved in her direction as he watched her trying to protect her camera and lift her bag of equipment. "Let me take that," He practically shouted over the sound of the rain as he lifted the bag off her shoulder. "Come on." He led the way out of the arena and to his truck parked just outside. He flung the door open and pointed for her to jump in the passenger side before running around to his own side. Once inside, he took off his cowboy hat and shook his head. Water droplets flew from him. "You okay?" he asked, looking over to see Harper wiping rain off her face and hair. "I think so," she said. "My camera has taken a beating before. I tried to cover it as soon as the rain started. We should be all right." She flashed a smile that said she wasn't worried. Just as Lawson smiled back at her, he was startled by the sound of his phone emitting a loud beeping sound. Harper jumped as her phone did the same. Lawson looked at the screen and immediately his stomach sank. "Looks like we're under a tornado warning." Harper's mouth dropped open and her eyes grew wide. She paused only for a moment before she said, "What do we do?" Lawson furrowed his eyebrows as he thought. "There's a storm shelter up the road. There's nowhere safe to go here at the rodeo grounds." He threw the truck in gear and peeled out of the parking spot. "Wait, what about my car?" "Don't worry about it right now. Better for us to get to safety and come back for it later." He squinted as he tried to peer through the pelting rain, making his way toward the shelter. He saw Harper nod out of the corner of his eye. He wanted to reach out to her. Maybe put a hand on hers to comfort her, but he resisted. He couldn't do that. He barely knew her. Lawson gripped the steering wheel tighter as the wind threatened to push them off the road. They would have to move quickly to get inside the building. When he reached the parking lot, he didn't concern himself with the lines and correct spaces, but drove as close as he could get to the front door of the building. "Let's go." He raised his voice to make sure she heard him. They jumped out and ran towards the door. Several other people from the rodeo were already inside or rushing for the building like them. They made their way inside and followed the others down to the basement. As the crowd thickened, Lawson worried that he might lose track of Harper. He glanced down at her and saw the look of fear in her eyes. "Hey," he said. "It's gonna be okay." He reached out and took her hand, tugging her close so they wouldn't get separated. Finally, they reached the safety area in the basement, and Lawson found a spot by the wall where they both sank onto the floor. "Thanks, Lawson," Harper said quietly. "Without you, I might still be standing out there in the rain." He chuckled as he reluctantly let go of her hand. "Nah, I'm sure you would have figured something out." The sound of horrific winds overhead silenced them both. A hush washed over the entire group of people. As the storm moved right over the top of them, he tucked Harper under his arm and held her close as she buried her head in his shoulder. He closed his eyes and grimaced, knowing the damage would be severe. Chapter 6. Harper opened her eyes and lifted her head from the window of Lawson's truck. She must have drifted off on the drive. She hadn't slept since the tornado. After it passed over the building where they had taken cover, the weather officials declared the area was safe, but they were warned that there was widespread damage. Lawson had taken charge, driving them to the rodeo grounds to look for her SUV. But it was no use. The grounds had been reduced to a parking lot, except most of the cars were gone. Harper could hardly breathe as they took in the sight. Everywhere she looked, she saw buildings with roofs that had been ripped off and power lines twisted and dangling. She stared at her feet at the scattered debris, while she listened to the sounds of sirens. Lawson had gently pulled her back to the truck and she climbed in, not sure what they would do next. When he explained that he would take her to his family's ranch, she felt both relief and panic, but she couldn't think of another option for the time being. Before she could get her bearings, they were at the ranch. She hopped down from Lawson's truck and surveyed the scene before her. Ranches in this part of Texas were common, but Whispering Oaks Ranch was something special. She couldn't put her finger on it, but it was a feeling she had when she was here for the event, and she had it again as she sat beside Lawson pulling up to the main house. It wasn't just a ranch. It was a family who lived and worked here together. There were at least 8 vehicles parked in front of the house. She knew from their conversation on the way here that those must be his family, including all of the brothers. She had met a few of them at the event at the ranch, but not all. Most had wives and kids, too. Harper wasn't sure she could keep up with all of them, but hopefully she wouldn't have time. Hopefully, she just needed a few days to figure things out. She jumped at the sound of the driver's side door slamming shut. "Sorry," Lawson said. Harper waved a hand to say he didn't need to be. It was her fault she was the one so jumpy after the storm. Before she could reach the front porch, the door opened, and a woman who must be Lawson's mother appeared. "Hello. Welcome." She held out her arms as if Harper were a long-lost friend, instead of what she actually was, a complete stranger coming to stay at her house. Harper sucked in a breath as the older woman embraced her. She felt flooded with emotion as warmth from contact with another person filled her. How long had it been since she had been hugged? That wasn't something she did on the rodeo circuit. Cowboys were a rough and tumble group, and while there might be a few of them who gave her a second glance, they weren't interested in a friendly hug that made her feel like she was coming home. Mrs. Macklin released her and stepped back to look at her. "I'm so glad you're all right after that storm. We're thrilled to have you here. Thank you so much for letting me stay. I promise not to be any trouble." As the words tumbled out, Harper felt like a little girl, without a car, a home of her own, or a plan for the next few weeks. She felt her normal control slipping right out of her fingers. Lydia Macklin waved a hand in the air. "You could never be any trouble. We're so happy to have you. You know, for years I thought none of these boys would ever move out of the house, and now it feels practically empty with so many of them gone. I'm thrilled to fill one of those rooms." She put her hand to her mouth and pretended to whisper. "Especially with a female instead of more of these smelly boys." Harper let a giggle escape her lips. "Well, thank you. I'm very grateful." Lydia looked behind Harper at Lawson. "Son, bring in Harper's bags for her." Harper winced. "I'm afraid I don't have anything. The hotel where I was staying was hit. It's possible my stuff is there somewhere, but we couldn't even get close. Everything else was in my SUV when it got carried away." Lydia put a hand to her mouth. "I'm so sorry. We were lucky we made it to the storm shelter in time, and that Lawson's truck was all right." Lawson cleared his throat as he stepped up beside Harper. "There's some hail damage, but on that old thing, who can tell? I told Harper that between all the sisters-in-law, I was sure we could find her something to wear for now." "Oh, of course." Lydia looked her up and down. "I think you are about the same size as Grace, or maybe Katie. I'll text them and let them know to bring some things over when they come for dinner." Harper wanted to protest. This was all too much to ask. But then again, if she said no, the only clothing she had was what she wore. She nodded and said, "Thank you. Now then, come on inside and let's get you settled." Harper fell into step behind Lydia, and Lawson followed her. As he reached in front of her to open the front door, he caught her eye, and she couldn't quite understand the look on his face. She expected a look of pity or sorrow, or maybe just something that said he was as tired as she was. Instead, he looked happy. Was he glad she had come to stay here? No, that couldn't be. He didn't even know her. He just had the misfortune of being stuck with her because he was nice enough to let her ride in his truck. Harper bit her lip as she moved into the house. No, he couldn't be glad she was here. But something deep inside moved an inch as she let herself wonder what it would be like if she were here under different circumstances. What if Lawson had invited her here to meet his family? Her heart stung at the thought of being part of a family again. Sure, she still loved her parents, but nothing had been the same since they lost her brother. And nothing ever would again. How could she think about being in a family when her brother, the best person in the whole world, never would be again? She shook off the thought and told herself to just be nice to the people who were being nice to her. She could be friendly without getting too close. Only few days. That's all it would be. Then she could go back to her life on the road. Lawson stepped into the house behind her. I'll show you down the hall to where you can stay. I'm sure Grace and Katie will show up soon with so many clothes you won't know where to start. Katie is a born shopper, so watch out. If she doesn't have something for you to borrow, she'll have you headed to the mall before you can say, no thanks. Harper smiled. Is that what it's like to have a sister? Lawson shrugged. I guess so. We didn't have any girls around here growing up. So when my brothers started getting married and bringing in women, Katie was the first one. She paved the way, and now she's kind of the leader of the group. They get along pretty well? Lawson nodded. You would think they were real sisters instead of just married to brothers. They all ended up here different ways, but they take each other in and make them part of the team. He turned the knob to a bedroom in the hallway and it creaked open. This used to be Sawyer's room. Mom changed out the decor when he got married and started calling it the guest room. Harper moved past him into the room. The dark furniture was beautiful. It looked antique but well maintained. The white bedspread gave the room a feminine look. Harper walked to the bed and fingered the pink and yellow flower embroidery along the edge. It reminded her of a quilt her grandmother had on her bed when Harper was a little girl. Thanks for doing this, she said to Lawson for the 100th time. Don't mention it. It's what we do. If my mom had heard about you and that I didn't offer for you to come to the ranch, she would tan my hide. He cleared his throat. I'm sure you're tired. If you want to rest or shower, feel free to take your time. Dinner is at 6, and all the family will start filtering in sometime before that. Harper looked around the room, suddenly feeling awkward. All right, I think I'll just sit here for a minute. No worries, Lawson said and walked out, shutting the door behind him. Harper stared at the back of the door as she sank onto the bed. How would she ever repay him for this kindness? And how would she get through the next few days without thinking about how handsome Lawson Macklin was every 5 minutes? Chapter Yeram. Lawson sank onto the kitchen stool and blew out a deep breath. Coffee? His dad said as he entered the room. Absolutely, Lawson replied. Long day, huh? Dad pulled out 2 coffee mugs and poured the hot liquid in both. Lawson accepted the mug Dad held out to him. The longest. Longer than that time the cattle got out at sunup, and we didn't catch them until after dark? Lawson laughed. Well, nothing is longer than that day. But then again, at least that was normal. I'm used to looking for cows. I'm not used to being away from home running and hiding from a storm. Dad nodded. I'm sure that was a scary experience. From the images we saw on the news, I'm glad you are still with us. But it sounds like you acted quickly and did the right thing, especially taking care of Harper like that. Thanks. And thanks for letting her come here. I didn't know what else to do. Dad clapped a hand on Lawson's shoulder. You absolutely did the right thing. We are here to help others in need, and it definitely sounds like she is in need. Lawson put his head in his hands. Yeah, I'm not sure what the next step is, but at least she has a place to stay while she figures it out. Maybe you have something to figure out together, Dad said, flashing a grin. Lawson felt his cheeks flush. I don't think so, even if he wished they did. She's not interested in a cowboy. As Lawson sipped his coffee, he heard footsteps coming into the kitchen. Turning, he saw Harper standing there, looking exhausted and vulnerable. Hey, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Mind if I join you guys? Lawson's heart skipped a beat at the sight of her. Of course, he replied, gesturing for her to come in. As she entered, he couldn't help but notice how lost she seemed without her usual confidence. He wanted nothing more than to wrap her in his arms and reassure her that everything would be okay. Instead, he offered her a seat at the table and poured her a cup of coffee. Thanks, she said, taking a sip. I really appreciate you guys taking me in like this. Dad smiled warmly at her. You're welcome here anytime, dear. You're part of the family now. Harper's eyes glistened with unshed tears at his words, and Lawson felt a surge of protectiveness wash over him. Whatever happened next, he vowed to be there for her every step of the way. He wanted to tell her that right then. But at that moment, the front door loudly banged open as it slammed into the wall. Lawson knew that meant one thing. Tiny footsteps came pounding through the kitchen. Before he could look up, a small boy's arms wrapped around him as his little body crashed into Lawson. Lawson chuckled as he put his arms around the boy. "Hey there, Dylan." "Hey, Uncle Law," the boy yelled excitedly. "Want to see my new trick? I can do a cartwheel." Lawson didn't have time to respond as the boy placed his hands on the floor and kicked his feet high in the air and crashed down on all fours. "Ta-da!" he shouted. "Wow, cool," Lawson said, acting very impressed. Sawyer and Katie entered together. "Dylan, we don't need to do cartwheels in Grandma's kitchen. Save that for outside," Sawyer told his son. He carried their 1-year-old daughter in his arms. Katie was close behind him, her arms full of clothes. "Hey," she said. "I brought these for your friend." Lawson stood and took the clothes from her. "Thanks. This is Harper," he said, nodding in her direction. "I don't know if you two met at the event." "Oh yes," Katie said. "We did. I just didn't put two and two together that she was the friend." Katie, her arms empty now, moved forward and wrapped Harper in a hug. "I'm so sorry about your car and belongings. I hope the clothes will fit, and we will do whatever we can to help you out." Harper looked taken aback. "Thanks," she managed. Lawson moved down the hallway, his arms loaded with clothes. "I'll take these to your room." Harper nodded and followed him down the hallway. Lawson tried to watch her facial expression, but he didn't know her well enough to determine what it meant. Was she normally this quiet? Maybe after she felt more settled, she would warm up to them. Then again, the Macklin crew could be a little overwhelming. It was the sheer number of them. Would Harper be okay with that? She had mentioned she was used to being on her own most of the time. Lawson cleared his throat as he dropped the clothes on the bed and turned to face her. "Do you need anything else?" he asked. Even as the words tumbled out of his mouth, he wasn't sure he could get whatever she needed. He didn't have much knowledge about what a woman needed to shower and spend the night, but his mom could help. Harper bit her lip as if she wasn't sure what to ask for. Suddenly, he remembered something he had heard his mom say. "Mom keeps the bathroom stocked with shampoo and soap and stuff. There are towels in the cabinet under the sink." "I'm sure I'll find everything." "Alrighty then," Lawson said. "I'll leave you to it." His shoulder brushed hers as he walked by, and he paused for the slightest moment. He sighed before he moved again and walked out of the room. He wanted to reach out and put a hand on her arm, tell her everything was going to be okay. But the way she had responded to hugs from his mom and sister-in-law, he wondered if she would accept a touch from him. And even more he wondered if, for her, everything really was going to be all right. Harper stepped out of the guest bedroom and took a deep breath. She felt so much better after the shower. Katie's clothes fit her perfectly, and she slipped into a pair of jeans and a button-down flannel shirt. At least Katie was a ranch girl, so the clothes felt like something Harper would own herself. She found a hairdryer under the sink and dried her long, strawberry blonde hair. There was even some moisturizer in the drawer that she put on her face. She didn't have any makeup to put on, not that she wore much of that anyway. After one final glance in the mirror, she decided she looked good enough to walk out the door and spend the evening with a group of strangers. Especially when they knew she was here because she had literally been through a storm. She made her way back to the kitchen, but she could already hear the voices from her room. Not her room, just the guest room where she would stay for a couple of days, she reminded herself, but Lawson had called it her room. Maybe it was the same way he would say it was her room at a hotel, but his words made it feel like she was at a real home. Maybe even a home she could get used to, but that was ridiculous. She wasn't going to be here long. She just needed to gather herself and get back on the road. She pushed all those thoughts aside as she entered the kitchen. "There you are," Lydia Macklin said by way of greeting. She gasped quietly as she put her hand to her mouth. "Oh, Harper, that outfit looks lovely on you." Harper felt her cheeks burn as every eye in the room turned to her. She tugged on the end of the shirt. "Thank you. It's Katie's," she said, even though she was pretty sure everyone already knew that. "Well, of course. Katie is our resident fashion expert," Lydia said. Katie waved a hand in the air. "I don't think I've worn that one since before my last baby. It looks great, Harper. You can keep it." "Oh no, you don't have to do that. I'll return it as soon as I can get to a store and buy some new clothes. I'm afraid most everything I own lives in my car." Her breath caught in her throat at the words. It was true. Now that her car was gone, so was everything else. How was she going to recover from this? "I would love for you to keep it, but I'll be happy to take you shopping tomorrow." Sawyer piped up. "Oh, well, if you do, make sure you keep the shopping for Harper. The last time you went shopping with Grace, you came home with a new wardrobe for every member of our family." Katie smiled as she lifted one shoulder in a shrug. "I can't help it if you still have shirts from your high school days." It was time for new clothes. Everyone laughed. "Let's talk more about that after we sit down. Is everyone ready to eat?" Lydia asked. Nods and grunts of agreement filled the room. "All right then," James Macklin said. "Let's bow for prayer." Harper's heart skipped a beat as everyone bowed their heads and closed their eyes. When was the last time she had stopped to pray before a meal? She closed her own eyes and was sure she could hear a pin drop for several moments before James spoke. "Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for our family gathered here, and for Harper who has joined us. Thank you for keeping her safe during the storm. Please be with her as she navigates what to do next." Harper felt warm all over as she listened to the words. The words of the prayer felt familiar, but still strange and distant. When she started traveling, she hadn't made the time to find a church every Sunday. Being in a different town so often made that difficult. She used to watch a church online. What was the name of it? It had been so long she couldn't remember. She was sure the Macklin family went to church every Sunday. Lawson probably was on some kind of leadership committee and helped out on Sundays. Inwardly, she sighed. No, even if it were possible for her to be interested in him, he would never want to be with someone like her. A wanderer and a person who couldn't remember the last time she prayed. When Mr. Macklin said, "Amen," all the adults and children echoed the word after him. The women started a line in the kitchen, and everyone began to fill their plates. Sierra hooked her hand through Harper's arm and pulled her toward the food. "Come on, it's ladies first." She pushed Harper in front of her to scoop chicken and rice with fresh vegetables onto her plate. "I'm so glad you're safe," Sierra said. "I know it must have been terrifying." Harper nodded as she swallowed to push down the lump in her throat. "Yes," was all she could manage to say. "Well, you're here now, and if there's anybody who knows how to take care of someone who's been through a rough time, it's the Macklins. Lydia will be thrilled to have the company. The boys are working all the time now with calving season. The other wives and I try to come by and visit when we can. And of course, we're here for dinner." "You eat dinner together every night?" Harper's eyes grew wide. Sierra shrugged. "Yep. There are times when one or two can't be here because of a commitment, or we have a sick kid or something. But Lydia cooks every night and everyone comes if we are able." "Wow," Harper said. "That's—" She didn't know how to finish the sentence. Sierra's eyes softened as she smiled. "It's special," she said. Harper felt that twist in her stomach again. It was special. But it was family who did everything together, and that was something that Harper didn't have anymore. And she didn't know if she ever could again. Chapter 8. The next day, Lawson was up with the sun. That wasn't unusual for him or any of his brothers, but this time he had barely slept the night before. His thoughts had swirled around in his mind, keeping him awake. He kept envisioning the storm again, the wind, the sound, the horrible feeling in his gut that this might be the end for him. He was thankful they made it through, even though Harper had lost so much. He remembered the words of the weatherman who came to speak at his elementary school. "We can get you a new house and new things. You need to find a safe place because we can't replace you." That was true for Harper. Only she hadn't lost a house because she didn't have one. She had lost the vehicle she traveled in and all her possessions. Maybe that's what was bothering him now. She had lost everything, because what she had was so little. She had chosen to live a nomad life. He tried to focus on his work for the morning, but it felt like he was going through the motions while his mind was elsewhere. At lunch, he rode his horse, Thunder, toward the house. He was early, but he decided it would be best to eat. Maybe then he could get back to work and focus on what needed to be done. The object of his thought sat right there on the front porch. Lawson watched her as he drew near to the house. Harper rocked back and forth in one of the rocking chairs his grandfather had built years ago. She held a coffee mug in both her hands, but she wasn't drinking it. Lawson usually thought rocking on the front porch was relaxing, but Harper didn't look relaxed at all. Her eyebrows were lowered and her mouth was pulled back in a straight line. She remained silent as Lawson dismounted and tied his horse to the hitching post in front of the house. The heels of his boots thudded across the porch as he moved toward her. He took the seat next to her and rocked for a few moments before he spoke. "Hey," he said. "Are you all right?" Harper turned and looked at him as if he surprised her. She said quietly. I don't really know." Lawson felt the strongest urge to pull her into his arms and hold her until everything was all right, but he wasn't sure that would help. Holding her wouldn't change the fact that she lost everything. "I'm really sorry for what happened." She looked at him with wide eyes. "Lawson, without you, I'm not even sure what would have happened. Yes, I lost my car and everything I own, but if you hadn't acted so quickly, I might have lost my life too. I probably would have been driving my car trying to figure out where to go." Lawson reached out and lightly touched her arm. The simple contact sent a shiver through him. "I don't believe that. You would have gotten to safety. You're strong and independent." Harper's eyes filled with tears as he spoke. "I don't know. I want to be independent and strong, but now I feel helpless, and I don't know what will happen next. I don't even know when I will be able to leave here." Lawson's heart crashed against his ribs. "Will you go on to the next rodeo when you get a car?" As he said the words, he found himself hoping it wasn't true. He wanted her to stay here, so he could get to know her better. Harper shook her head. "At some point. But the rodeo grounds at the next 2 rodeos were both damaged, and we're not sure what will happen. And I don't know how long it will take me to find a car." "You know you can stay here as long as you need to." Harper stared at him with a blank expression. "Why?" Lawson furrowed his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" "Why would your family want me to stay? They don't even know me." Lawson smiled. "That's the thing about the Macklins. They don't have to know you to help. My parents have always said that God gave them this ranch and this house, and they will share it with whoever needs it." Harper tilted her head. "Do you believe that?" "What?" Harper took a deep breath before she said, "That God gave them the ranch? I mean, like he is in control of everything?" Lawson looked away and stared at the ground. He had been repeating words like that his whole life. He scratched his head as the thoughts that he hadn't shared with anyone swirled in his mind. "Honestly, I don't know. I've grown up hearing those things and going to church." He scratched his head. "I don't know. Religion has always been part of my life, but I wonder if I believe all of it anymore." Just seems like nice stories for kids. It's easy to say God gave you something when it's good, but the more I see of the world, the harder it is to think that God is in control of all the bad things that happen. Harper nodded. I feel the same way. Lawson waited for her to say more, then prodded. Do you mean about what happened with the storm? Harper was quiet for several moments. Then she shook her head. No, not just the storm. Lawson couldn't help himself and pushed her for more. What else? My brother, she said firmly. Lawson swallowed. He remembered hearing her mention her brother to Sierra, but he hadn't asked her about it. What happened? Harper stared out over the vast space of the front yard. She remained silent for a long moment, and Lawson wondered if she would tell him anything at all. He was about to say she didn't have to answer the question when she spoke. We were best friends. I was only 16 months older than him, so I don't remember life before he was born. My parents raised us to be friends, and we were so close in age that people even asked if we were twins. So when Noah wanted to compete in rodeos, I did too. I wasn't great, but I tried out barrel racing and roping. He was great. Noah did everything: broncs, bulls, roping. He even worked as a rodeo clown a few times. Everyone loved Noah. He lit up the room everywhere he went. Sometimes I felt like I was in his shadow, but I was proud of him. She paused and took a few breaths. Then one competition, he drew a mean bull. He laughed out loud when he saw the name. He loved the thrill of competition, and the better the bull, the more he liked it. But that ride was awful. I had seen him get thrown before, but this was different. He wasn't in control at all. The bull threw him, and he crashed into the wall. It was like it was happening in slow motion. I watched his body go limp as he fell to the ground. She grimaced at the painful memory. I knew right away that it was bad. I don't remember moving down to the arena, but I made it to him and stood close as the medics came to him. The ambulance came and they rushed him to the hospital. Harper stopped and stared off into the distance as if the rest was too painful to say. Finally, she gathered herself. My parents came, and we stood in his room together when the doctor told us that he had hit his head. He had severe brain injuries and wouldn't wake up. I sat by his side while the machines breathed for him. It seemed impossible that my perfectly happy, healthy brother was never going to open his eyes. He looked like he was lying there asleep. Harper lifted one shoulder in a shrug. But there was nothing to be done. We knew Noah would want to help someone else by donating his organs, so Mom signed all the paperwork, and we waited. Then I held his hand as they turned off the machines. She breathed out and sat quietly. Lawson broke the silence. I'm so sorry, Harper. She glanced at him and nodded. Thank you. That's what everyone said then, and what they say now. I'm sorry too. I lost my best friend, and I don't know. I guess I just gave up on God after that. Lawson felt the words he had heard his whole life creeping up, threatening to come out of his mouth. His parents would have said, God hasn't given up on you. God was with you through the hard times. Or maybe even, God had a plan. But he pressed his lips together and shoved those words away. They wouldn't help Harper now. Even if it was true, why would she want to trust a God who took her brother away? He sighed. I can't imagine how you felt. I've never lost someone like that. But I know bad things happen every day, and I understand why you would give up on God after that. Was he making the same choice now too? He didn't let that thought sink in. So, what made you become a rodeo photographer? I mean, after what happened, that sounds like it would be hard to do. I was already photographing rodeos. I started when Noah got serious about competing. I couldn't keep up, so I became his photographer. We were sending things out to brands and companies for sponsorships. When he died, I considered walking away. I skipped a few rodeos and almost sold all my camera equipment. But then I realized that a rodeo was the place I felt closest to him. When I walk into an arena, I can see him looking around and smiling, all the excitement building up. And I can almost hear his voice. She gave a half smile. I feel like I can keep his memory with me if I'm involved with rodeo, even if I'm terrified for every rider I take photos of. She looked at Lawson, and the fear in her eyes gripped his heart. It almost made him want to say he would never ride a bull again. But then again, it was how he had met her, and how he would see her again. He didn't want to give that up. "I'll be careful," he said. He chuckled. "Besides, I may never get to compete at that level. So far, I'm not sure I'm very good at it." Harper smiled and shook her head. "Actually, you are. Everybody takes a while to get used to it. But I've watched a lot of beginners, and you're going to be good." "Really?" Lawson asked, his eyes opening wide in surprise. "Yep. I would love to say, please quit. But I can see that you love it. And if you keep at it, you could be great." Lawson heard the words she didn't say. That she wished he wasn't good. He wished he could tell her he would quit. But she was right. He already loved it. And anything he could do for more time with her wasn't something he would quit. Harper sighed and stood up. "Anyway, I guess we should go in and eat. We don't want to keep your mom waiting." Lawson smiled then, pushing away the seriousness of the conversation. "Don't worry, she's not waiting on us. She's lived on a ranch her whole life. She knows cowboys can't always show up on schedule. We do our best for dinner, but lunchtime is flexible." "I'm sure you have work to get back to, though. You don't need to spend your time listening to my life story." Lawson reached out and put a hand on her arm. "I would like to. I enjoy talking with you." She looked away from him, but he continued. "I mean it. I don't always feel like I can talk to my brothers. They're so happy here with their lives. I want to be happy, but I just feel like there has to be something else out there for me." He shrugged. "I guess I'm still searching for it, and it's hard when it seems like everyone else already found it." Harper looked him in the eyes and nodded. "I know exactly how you feel." "I know," Lawson said softly. As if in silent agreement, they moved toward the front door. As Lawson pulled open the screen door and let her walk through in front of him, he felt like he had connected to her in a way he hadn't before with any other person. And he desperately wanted to keep that connection. Chapter the Divyati. The sun shone brightly in the window on Sunday morning, and Harper put her arm over her eyes to block it. The house was quiet. Too quiet. It gave her too much time for her thoughts to run wild. They were doing all kinds of crazy things, like imagining spending more time with Lawson Macklin. Sure, if he continued on the rodeo circuit, which she was sure he would, they would see each other. But there was no way she could be anything more than friends with him. She had no plans to get involved with anyone. Her life as a nomad was comfortable, and even though she couldn't say she was settled, she was used to it. Lawson might enjoy the thrill of the rodeo, but she had seen the way he looked at his brothers and parents. He might say he's searching, but what he wants is to settle down with a family. That wasn't for Harper. She glanced at the clock and groaned. Had she really agreed to do this? Could she actually go to church? When Mrs. Macklin, Lydia, as she had asked Harper to call her, said that the family would be going to church in the morning and that they would love to have her join them, Harper couldn't find a reason not to go. How could she say no to the family who had been so kind to her? Especially when she obviously didn't have anything else to do. No, she supposed she would just have to go. Yes, it would be uncomfortable and awkward, just like every other church she had been to before she decided to stop going altogether. That was back when her brother had just passed away, and everyone told her God had a plan, God was still with her, and God cared about her. But if God had a plan for her brother to die, Harper didn't want to have anything to do with it. And if God was still with her, she sure didn't feel it, and maybe she didn't want him to be if he was the kind of God that would do all this to her. Oh well, she would just go to church, sit there, and smile at the Macklin family who had taken her in, just to show her appreciation. It didn't have to mean anything. She didn't have to take the words to heart or try to pretend like she agreed with them. At least Lawson would be there. And she knew that he felt the same way she did. Or at least, he said he did. She wasn't sure he could totally agree with her. After all, compared to her, his life seemed like sunshine and rainbows. If she was part of a family like the one Lawson had, maybe she would think God was real. Maybe she would feel like God had a good plan for her life. Then again, she didn't want to be a fair-weather believer. If she wasn't going to believe in God when life wasn't great, she wasn't going to believe in Him when it was good either. A soft knock on the door startled her. "Harper," Lydia's sweet voice called out. "Coffee is ready, and breakfast will be on the table soon." Harper cleared her throat. "Thank you, I'll be out in a few minutes." She climbed from bed and moved toward the bathroom for a shower. A small, quiet voice in her heart said that she did have the things that Lawson had. After all, at least for right now, no matter how short the time was, she was with the Macklin family, and she felt like she was truly a part of it. She shook her head as she reached in to check the water temperature. No, they would do that for anyone. That was just how the Macklins were. She could tell. Soon she would leave and go back to her nomad life, never really belonging anywhere. Still, as she began to get ready to go to church for the first time in a long time, she felt like she could enjoy this little bit of time that she was part of a family. 20 minutes later, she walked into the kitchen. She had dressed in a dark blue long-sleeved dress that Katie had given her. They had been planning to go shopping, but Katie hadn't had time yet. She promised that they would make time this week. As much as Harper appreciated the clothes, she wanted to be in something that belonged to her. She never would have bought this blue dress, although when she saw herself in the mirror, it did remind her of when she was younger. Back when she owned more feminine things and wore a dress on occasion. Now all she owned was jeans and shirts that were suitable for her work and life on the road. She had purchased a long black romper once when she was asked to photograph a wedding. She felt it was appropriate, but once she arrived, she remembered that it was a cowboy wedding held outdoors, and the bride and groom were on horses. She most definitely could have worn her jeans. The smell of fresh hot biscuits wafted in the air as she poured herself a cup of coffee. "Good morning." Lawson's voice from the dining room table surprised her. Harper looked up at him. "Oh, hey, I didn't know you were here." Lawson smiled. "I never miss Sunday breakfast. Well, truth be told, I never miss breakfast at all. But Sunday breakfast is always something special. Sometimes pancakes and waffles or even stuffed French toast. But it's not just about the food, it's the only day that I have time to linger a little bit over breakfast." "Oh?" Harper said. "I thought cowboys never got a day off." Lawson nodded. "That's true. But on Sundays, we get up and hurry through the most necessary chores. That way we can all get to church together. Sawyer created a schedule for us to be on call, and we rotate through it so I only have one Sunday every 7 weeks." "That's nice," Harper said. "At least it's nice to have a day off." She wrinkled her nose. "I'll be honest, I'm not really sure about the going to church part." Lawson picked up his coffee cup and took a long drink as he looked at her. He looked thoughtful when he said, "Are you sure you want to do this today?" "You don't have to." "I'll be all right. I know I don't actually have to, but I feel like I should. Your parents have been so nice to me, and I was a total stranger to them. They didn't have to do that. I know that this matters to them, and they would really like me to go. So, I'll do it." She looked at Lawson. "I'm sure you know what that's like." She looked at him with her eyebrows raised. She kept her voice down in case anyone else was around, especially since it seemed like there was always someone else around the Macklin house. Lawson lowered his eyes as he stared at the table, but he gave a very short nod. I know that my parents would be extremely upset if I stopped going to church. So, I go. I liked it when I was a kid, you know. All the Bible stories and the worship songs. It seemed nice back then. I guess I've just become more jaded as I've become older and seen more of what the world really is like. Harper opened her mouth to agree with him, but she heard the sound of cowboy boots thudding down the hall, so she snapped her mouth shut. "Hey, everybody," Titus said as he walked in the door. "Smells good in here." Harper gestured to the counter. "There's pancakes on the table. Coffee with cream and sugar is over there." Lawson looked at her with a crooked smile, and she realized that she had unintentionally made herself the hostess. "Oh, I guess you probably knew that. You're used to this, aren't you?" Lawson and Titus chuckled. "Yeah," Titus said. "Mom likes to make a special breakfast on Sundays, but she gets everything out and leaves it for us while she goes and gets ready for church. She likes to take her time. I think it comes from when we were growing up, and she always had to get all of us boys ready every morning and be with us. But on Sundays, my dad took over the responsibilities of getting us ready for church, so Mom could have some time to herself." Harper said, "Well, that's very nice of him. Must have been a lot, managing 7 rambunctious boys getting them dressed up for church." Titus laughed. "I guess he taught us to get ready ourselves and promised we could watch a TV show when we were ready, so I guess we got really good at getting ready fast." "Yeah," Lawson said. "The first one dressed, ready, and in the living room got to pick the TV show." Titus reached over and gave him a playful shove. "Especially if they cheated and buttoned up their shirt while they were standing in front of the TV. Lawson shrugged. "I wouldn't say it was cheating. I would say it was being resourceful." Titus grinned. "Not that it mattered much. We were probably all going to pick the same show anyway. It was really just a matter of bragging rights to be the one holding the remote." Harper watched the two brothers as they bantered back and forth. She could remember fighting over the TV remote with her own brother when they were younger. Usually, a memory of her brother would feel painful. She prepared for the knot in her stomach to form, and she took a deep breath, but it wasn't there. Somehow it felt nice to remember her brother in that way. Not a memory of the rodeo where he loved to be, but where she knew that things would eventually end badly. Just a nice memory of their childhood together. Something about seeing the Macklin brothers together made her feel like it was nice that there were still siblings in the world, remembering memories of their childhood gone by. Lawson spoke, pulling her from her thoughts. "Do you want to ride to church with me?" Harper furrowed her eyebrows as she looked at him. Was there any other option? She took it as an opportunity to tease him. "Actually, I was thinking about walking." Lawson chuckled, then shrugged. "Suit yourself. I'm sure Titus will be happy to ride shotgun in old Bessie." "Bessie?" Harper asked in surprise. Titus laughed as he pushed back his chair and carried his empty plate to the sink. Lawson came up with some newfangled idea that he needed to name his truck. Harper looked at him and laughed. "Really? You named your truck?" "Why not? We name our horses. We name the cows. Mom even named some of the chickens. I figure my truck does plenty of work around here, too. She deserves a name." "She?" Harper asked, tilting her head to the side. Lawson looked up and met her eyes. "Sure." He paused for a long moment as he held her gaze. He lowered his voice to just above a whisper as he asked, "Are you jealous?" Harper felt the heat in her cheeks as she looked away. Was she? No, of course she wasn't jealous of a vehicle. But what if it was another girl? Would she actually be jealous then? She tossed her hair over her shoulder with her hand and looked back at Lawson. "No, of course not. I'm sure you and your truck will be very happy together." Lawson looked slightly disappointed at her answer, and she felt a slight tinge of guilt. She reached over and nudged him with her elbow. "But I'll be happy to ride with you and Bessie to church. That is, unless Titus was planning to tag along as the third wheel with you and your girl." "Nope, I'm on call today," Titus said. You two have fun. I guess it's just you and me then, Harper said. Well, I mean you, me, and Bessie, that is. Lawson shook his head. I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I? Harper laughed as she stood. Never. She carried her dishes to the sink, then returned to the table. I just need to gather my things, and then I'm ready to go, whenever you are. Lawson nodded in agreement, and Harper made her way to her room to gather her things. Not that there was much to get. She put her phone in her crossbody bag. Then she wondered if she should take a Bible to church. She kept her index finger on the corner of her mouth as she thought about this. Did she still own a Bible? Well, of course she didn't. Everything she had was lost in her SUV. But did she still have one at her parents' house? That's the only one she could think of. It didn't matter if she was expected to take one to church today. She didn't have one with her. Besides, she was sure that if the pastor did that familiar thing where he said, "If you have your Bibles with you, open it up to," and he said a book and chapter of the Bible, she wouldn't remember where any of those were. So it wouldn't matter anyway. She and Lawson were both quiet on the way to church. She couldn't say what he was thinking, but she knew that she was a bundle of nerves. Would she remember how she was supposed to act in church? Would the Macklins be able to tell that it had been a very long time since she had attended? Lawson pulled into the parking lot and parked Bessie in a convenient spot. As she climbed out, Harper looked up at the church. It was a beautiful, old, white, traditional church building complete with a tall steeple. She had seen it driving by in town, of course, but she hadn't really looked at it very closely. It reminded her so much of the church she had attended with her parents and her brother growing up. Suddenly, she remembered the last time she went to church. One of the women on the promotional team had invited her after a rodeo in Oklahoma. She had agreed to go. Harper hadn't been sure what to expect, but when she walked into the modern building, it looked nothing like the church she went to growing up. The large room was built with auditorium-style seats, and the stage was bigger than the one Harper had seen at some concerts. Not that there was anything wrong with what the church looked like. It didn't really matter. That was one thing she remembered learning from her childhood, but it just felt big and different. As she walked into the foyer of this church building with Lawson, she had a completely different feeling. It felt like home. She stuck close to Lawson and followed him as they made their way into the sanctuary and to the row filled with the Macklin family. Harper breathed a sigh of relief that they slipped in and took their seats just before the music started. It was enough that she had to tell herself to keep breathing as she walked into a church for the first time in years. She didn't need to add awkward introductions and people saying they were sorry about what happened to her. Harper didn't sing, but she listened as the congregation sang songs, some familiar and some new. She felt as if her heart started to open to the words that they were singing. Her heart began to beat faster as she listened to the congregation sing about Jesus. It had been a very long time since she had heard that name. When the pastor spoke, he did indeed ask everyone to open their Bibles, but then he read the passage out loud. Without meaning to, Harper found herself listening closely and hanging on to every word that he spoke. It was as if he was speaking directly to her when he said that God cares about us and our brokenness. He shared the story of when Lazarus died. Harper had heard it before, but not in this way. The pastor said Lazarus was Jesus' friend and that he died while Jesus was away, and Jesus cried. Jesus cried? Somehow she had missed that part of the scripture before now. Why did Jesus cry? Didn't he already know what was going to happen? Didn't he have a plan, like people always said? It made Jesus seem more real that he was sad when his friend died. It also made him seem more compassionate, even if that was part of God's plan. Harper tried to resist the pull to know more, but she couldn't. This was a different Jesus than she had always heard about growing up. It was a different Jesus than people talked about when she lost her brother. And somehow, she felt like she wanted to know more, to truly know this Jesus. Yeah. Lawson sat next to Harper in his parents' row in the church and heard some of the same stories he had heard his whole life. Why was it that nothing seemed to change here? Why was it that his family still came and listened to the same old, and acted as if some miraculous thing had happened there that Sunday? Stories that were thousands of years old. He glanced over at Harper, expecting her to have the same distant look on her face. He was surprised to see that she was listening carefully, as if she was very interested in what the pastor had to say. No, she was probably just being polite. She couldn't have found this very interesting. She had already said she didn't want to have anything to do with the God who took her brother away from her. And could he blame her? No, she felt the same way he did. Why did he come here week after week just to please his parents? He knew it was for the same reason that he hadn't told them he was competing in rodeos. Even though he didn't agree with them, he still wanted his parents' approval. Maybe it was time for that to end. He was an adult after all. Wasn't it time he started to act like one? Sure, he could still work at the ranch and spend time with his brothers and his parents, but he didn't believe the same as them. Not anymore. And he had things he wanted to do on his own. It was time for him to tell them the truth. Time to tell them that he had other ambitions, and he didn't subscribe to the same faith anymore. He would like to say he had just outgrown it, but his brothers hadn't. And obviously, his parents were older than he was. Maybe they needed this. Maybe it helped them somehow to get through the difficulties in their life. But for him, believing that God cared about what happened in their lives only made it more obvious that God allowed bad things to happen. He didn't have a problem believing God was real. He wouldn't say he didn't believe in God. There was, after all, an incredible world that God had created. Working with animals had taught him that for sure. But he just couldn't believe that God worked in people's lives. And maybe it was time to finally admit that. Chapter 10. Harper aimlessly walked along the fence line near the front of the ranch. She had excused herself after lunch to have some time to think. Lawson had given her a funny look when she got up and walked out. On the way home, he had asked her what she thought about the church service. She had been honest and said that she thought it was nice. She hadn't said much else since he didn't seem interested in that line of conversation. The truth was she had a lot of thinking to do. She wasn't ready to jump to a decision after one Sunday at church because she got warm, fuzzy feelings. But she couldn't walk away from the fact that she was interested. The thing was, she didn't know what to do about it. Her mind wandered as she stared out over the wide, expansive land that stretched out as far as she could see. The Macklin land. Not just land that they had earned, or that they worked hard for, but that they gave credit to God for blessing them with. Mr. Macklin had prayed at lunch and thanked God for all their many blessings and all the wonderful family that they had surrounding them. So where did that leave her? God, I don't know if you're there. I don't know if you're listening to me or if you care about me, but I want to know the truth. Harper didn't hear any voice speaking to her or see any writing across the sky. She sighed and kept walking. A few minutes later, she heard the sound of slow hoofbeats behind her and turned, expecting to see Lawson. He was probably coming to try to talk her out of thinking about church. Instead, she was surprised to see Lydia Macklin. "Oh, hi," she said. "Hi, Harper," Lydia said, pulling her horse to stop and sliding down. She took the reins of the horse and slowly walked over to where Harper stood. "Are you doing all right? After lunch, you seemed a little quiet. I felt the Lord telling me I needed to come and find you." Harper wanted to cry. "Really?" she said. Lydia reached out and put a hand on Harper's arm and gave her a gentle smile. "Yes. I just had a nudge that you needed someone to talk to." Harper put her hand to her forehead. I just don't even know what to say. I went to church this morning, but I was just doing it to be nice and accept the invitation since you have been so kind to me." Then it was so nice, and I felt so welcomed. When the pastor spoke, I felt like he was talking to me. Not just to me, but about me, saying that Jesus cared. I've just never felt that way before, or at least not for a very long time. I can understand that. I was the same way. I grew up in church and my parents taught me about the Bible, but I don't know. I guess I felt like it was their faith, and I never really learned it for myself. So I had to do some wandering. I didn't run off and turn into a wild, rebellious teenager or anything like that, but I had a time where I just wondered if I really believed all the things I grew up hearing. I wondered if Christianity was for me. I'm so thankful for an older lady in our church. Her name was Brenda. She gave me a notebook and told me to go through the Bible and write down any questions that I had as I read it. Then she told me to look for the places where Jesus reached out to the unlikely people. See, I guess that I saw church people as only good people, and I knew I wasn't good. I realize now that it's not that good people come to church. It's because Jesus welcomes everyone, and he changes the lives of people who walk with him. I had to go on my own faith journey to meet him and to find that out for myself. Harper let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. That's how I feel. For a long time, I've thought Jesus didn't really care about me. Why should he? I'm nobody special. I've been through some hard things in my life, and I blamed him for that. I don't know if I'm ready to follow God. But I want to have that assurance and that peace that I see other people have. I don't feel like I've ever had that. I understand, Lydia said. I won't rush you, and I won't try to convince you. All I can do is tell you that my life has been different since I decided to follow Jesus. To really follow him, choosing that for myself, and not just because my parents did it, or because it was what I thought was expected of me. I do have one question, though. Do you have a Bible? Harper shook her head. No, I was just thinking about that this morning. I guess maybe I had one a long time ago, but I don't know where it is. I don't have one now. Lydia smiled. That's okay. I have one at the house that you can have. I'll leave it in your room for you. Harper, I'll be praying for you. I'll be praying that Jesus will show himself to you in a way that is so real and so comforting to you. I'll pray that you find the peace that you're looking for. But for now, I'll let you get back to your walk. I know you have a lot to think about. Thank you, Harper said as she watched Lydia mount her horse and turn back to the house. She turned over her shoulder to say, Harper, I'm here to talk whenever you need to. Whenever you're ready. Harper couldn't say anything around the lump in her throat. She tried to take a deep breath, feeling her emotions well up in her chest. How long had it been since she had talked to someone? Really talked to someone? In that moment, she knew that Lydia meant it when she said they could talk. But right now, she needed to settle her thoughts. And then, maybe she could talk to God. Chapter the 11th. What about this one? Katie's voice went up an octave every time she showed Harper a new dress or top that she liked. Harper wrinkled her nose. Yellow isn't really my color. It would be cute on you, though. Katie smiled as she held it up in front of her and turned to the long mirror on the nearby wall. It would, wouldn't it? She sighed. But this trip isn't for me. It's for you. What kind of clothes did you have in your suitcases? She kindly left out that were lost in the tornado. Harper stiffened, knowing this wasn't the answer Katie wanted. Mostly jeans and t-shirts, and work shirts for rodeos. I'm thankful I still have my boots. Katie laughed. Did you know I didn't even own a pair of boots before I came to work at the ranch? Harper's eyes grew wide as she stared at Katie. No way! You can't be serious. Katie's head bobbed up and down as she giggled. Yes, I am. I showed up to work wearing heels and a pencil skirt. I thought I could stay in the office. That's unbelievable. I accused Sawyer of torturing me that day when he gave me a pair of boots 3 sizes too big and made me tromp around the ranch so he could give me a tour. Now Harper was laughing along with her. And you still married him? Katie gave a dreamy sigh. Yes, I never would have imagined it that first day. It took a little while to get to know him, but I was drawn to Sawyer because I saw how important the ranch and his family were to him. When he started caring for me the same way, well, let's just say I was head over boots. That's really sweet, Harper said, turning back to the racks of clothing. It was sweet for Katie, but Harper was sure she wouldn't find the same thing here. Do you like this? Katie asked. Harper giggled as she looked at the pink and white sundress. Well, it's nice, but I can't imagine wearing it to a rodeo. Who says you have to wear it to a rodeo? Katie asked. You could wear it, oh, I don't know, on a date maybe? Harper felt her cheeks flush pink. She wanted to ask who in the world she would go on a date with. She had already sworn off rodeo cowboys, but she knew exactly who Katie was talking about. Oh, I don't think so. Katie waved a hand in the air. Oh, sure you do. I've seen the way Lawson looks at you, and I know you like him. You just need to spend some time together. That sounded wonderful. She did like Lawson. She couldn't deny that. He was kind, caring, and confident. He had taken such good care of her in the storm and in the days after, being exactly the friend she needed. But he was still a rodeo cowboy, and she was still the girl who was not going to get involved. I just don't know how much longer I'll be in town. I've got to figure things out, and once I get a car, I can get back on the road and work. So, I just don't know if that's a good idea. Yeah, Katie said absent-mindedly as she sorted through a clothing rack. I felt the same way when I came here. I couldn't wait to get out and go somewhere else. I had no plans to stay in Shelby Springs and definitely not to get involved with a cowboy. She looked over at Harper and smiled. But sometimes God has other plans. I have never regretted my decision for 1 second. Living here and being with Sawyer is everything that I never knew that I wanted. Harper stared at her as she took a deep breath and let it out. Honestly, I'm not sure what I want. I started traveling, taking pictures, and working rodeos a long time ago. I've been doing it for so long, I don't really think about doing anything else. I definitely don't think about settling down. But I do feel like it's time for me to figure out what's next. I've always thought that I would just keep going with the rodeo, but I don't know. Maybe there's something else for me. Katie looked at her and waggled her eyebrows up and down. Like living on a ranch and falling for a cowboy? Harper laughed. I don't know about that. Well, we'll just wait and see, Katie said. Harper glanced at the dress Katie was holding up, a thoughtful smile playing on her lips. Maybe. Who knows? Katie gave her a knowing look. Exactly. Now, let's find you something that makes you feel as amazing as you are, no matter where you wear it. As they continued browsing through the racks, Harper couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement for what the future might hold. Maybe, just maybe, there was something, or someone, waiting for her in Shelby Springs. Chapter 12. Come on, Lawson encouraged Harper as they walked toward the barn. I'm not sure about this. It's been a very long time since I've been on a horse, Harper said. Well, you know what they say, he replied with a grin. Harper rolled her eyes, even as she smiled. What about getting back on the horse? Isn't that like when you've fallen off? I didn't say I fell off. I just said it's been a long time since I've ridden. Lawson shrugged. Well, I figure it works either way. It's been a long time for you, but I guess it's like riding a bike. It'll come back to you. Harper followed him inside the barn. As Lawson busied himself saddling the horses, Harper stood close by and watched. Have you always been this good with horses? Harper asked, leaning against the stable door. Lawson chuckled, glancing up at her. I guess it comes from being around them since I could walk. My dad made sure we all knew how to ride early on. That's impressive. I remember my first time on a horse. I was terrified, Harper admitted. Lawson smiled warmly. Everyone's nervous their first time. Even the best riders started out with shaky legs and a lot of falls. But you must have done fine to go on and compete in barrel racing. I was nervous, but I fell in love with it. Plus, I'm a fast learner. I'm sure you were great, Lawson said with a wink. A hint of a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she looked away before changing the subject. Whose horse is this? She asked, reaching out to gently pat the horse's neck. It's Mom's. She's really gentle and could use the exercise. Mom doesn't ride as much as she'd like to anymore. Oh, really? I saw her ride last week. Yeah, she does when she can. But when she's busy, we help out by making sure Blaze gets some riding time. Are you ready? I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Lawson stepped behind Harper, moving his hands to her waist as she put her foot into the stirrup and mounted the horse. He handed her the reins and made sure she was settled before walking over to Thunder and mounting his own horse. If you stay close by, Blaze will follow. There's nothing to worry about. Okay, if you say so. Lawson clicked his tongue, gave Thunder a nudge, and led the way out of the barn. When they were just a little way from the barn, he looked over at her, checking to make sure she was okay. He smiled, knowing that he had been right. He had nothing to worry about. Harper remembered. Does it take you back? He asked. Harper smiled. I guess it does. You were right. I remember this. Although I can already tell you that my muscles have forgotten, and I'm sure I will be sore tomorrow. Lawson laughed. I hope it will be worth it. I think it will be. Harper flashed him a smile. Where are you taking me? He shrugged. I don't know. I just thought we would head out and see where we end up. Lawson heard the words escape from his mouth and wondered if he was doing the same thing in their relationship. No, he didn't want that. Maybe it was time to tell her. Harper spoke as if she had read his thoughts. I feel like that's my whole life right now. I'm just getting up every day and wondering where I will be tomorrow. Lawson turned his concern to her situation. Have you heard from the insurance company about your car? Harper let out a huff. I talked to them again yesterday. I think it would have been easier if I crashed my car and had pictures of it to show them. It seems practically impossible to convince them that my car is literally gone because it was picked up by a tornado. They want some proof. I guess I should send them a picture of me standing here with no car. Lawson chuckled. I'm sorry. I know it's not funny. Well, it kind of is. How can I prove that something is gone? She shook her head. They want to see my cell phone location records to show I was in the area. I hope that will be enough. I called the sheriff's department in Williamson County to see if they located it in the destruction, but so far, there's no record of it. So I wait. Are you supposed to be at any events this week? You know I'm happy to take you. She sighed. I know, but I don't want to keep you from your work. I know you're needed here. Lawson sighed. I don't know about that. They use me, but I think they could get along without me. He smirked. I guess I could put in for my vacation time. Harper laughed. I'm sure you get paid time off. I wish. Lawson removed his cowboy hat and swatted at a fly. I think I've earned a break, though. If you need to go somewhere, I'll take you. Or at least we can loan you a vehicle. It might be a beat-up ranch truck, but it would get you from here to there. A knot formed in his stomach at the thought of Harper leaving, even for a few days. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. The event I was supposed to be at last week was rescheduled due to storm damage, and I didn't have anything this week. I'll have to see about the rodeo for next weekend. She bit her lip. I really need to work that one. It's one of my higher-paying gigs, and I could use the money to get back on my feet. Consider it done, Lawson said. We'll make it happen. Harper furrowed her eyebrows. Are you planning on competing? He nodded. I can't do every rodeo in Texas thanks to that no paid time off thing. He winked. But I can find a way to get to the ones that are an hour or two away. That one is in Fredericksburg. It's probably 4 hours from here. Lawson looked concerned. Maybe I can get away. If they think it's for you, my brothers will be more willing to let me go. Harper stared at him for a moment. The silence grew between them with only the sound of the horse's hooves on the ground. When are you going to tell them? He shrugged. I don't know. I guess I can't keep it a secret forever. It's just easier for them not to know. Is it? Harper asked. It seems like a lot of work to figure out reasons to travel, and it must be hard to find time to train without them knowing. I guess, Lawson replied, considering her words. His heart pounded heavily against his chest at the thought of his family knowing. I just don't want them to try to stop me or to get in on the action. This is my thing. I want to keep it to myself. Harper nodded. I can't really say I understand, but I respect that you've thought this through. My brother and I did all the rodeos together for a long time. We trained and traveled and cheered each other on. That is, until he surpassed my skill. I got to a point where I couldn't compete at a higher level, so I started photographing and watching him. But it was still something we did together. I just think your family would be proud to support you. Ha, Lawson said. You don't know them very well yet. They would tease me relentlessly, or they would just say they could do it better than me. Then prove them wrong. Let them see you compete. I think if they saw how hard you've worked, they would be proud. And if they saw you ride, they would be impressed. I don't know. I'll find out one day when I'm ready to tell them. But not yet. Harper held up a hand. Okay, that's fine. It's your decision. Lawson was ready to change the subject. He took a deep breath and drew his horse a little closer to hers. I think there is something I'm ready for, he said. She turned to look at him. What's that? I'm ready to talk about us. Harper turned and watched the path in front of them. Us? She asked, keeping her focus forward. I think there is something between us. Something more than being friends who run into each other at rodeos. Harper didn't say anything. Lawson swallowed hard and looked away. Had he read the situation wrong? Did she really just want to be friends? Maybe he had just given her a place to stay, and after she left the ranch, they wouldn't keep in touch. Is that what she wanted? The silence stretched on, and Lawson wondered if he should just tell her to forget he had said anything. If that was how she felt, they should just make it through until she got a car and left for another rodeo. He had let himself imagine there was something there. He would have to let that go. I'm sorry, he said. I must have read this wrong. Let's just ride and forget I said anything. Lawson, Harper said. He held up a hand. No, it's fine. You don't have to respond. I just needed a minute to think. She sighed. I really like spending time with you. Even though I came here because I didn't have anywhere to go, it has been one of the best times I've had in a long while. I love being here on the ranch and talking with you. I feel like there's a but coming, Lawson said. I'm sorry, there is. It's just that I travel all the time. I'm not used to staying in one place, and She paused. I just didn't plan to get involved with someone. Ever? She shrugged. I don't know. I've gotten used to my life being this way. It's been a long time since I've had anybody waiting on me for dinner or taking time to have a conversation. I'm a nomad. Doesn't that ever get lonely? Harper looked away, but when she turned back, he could see the tears filling her eyes. All the time. Lawson reached out and took her hand in his as he pulled his horse to a stop. Then let's give it a try. You don't have to be lonely. But I still love what I do. And I love being around rodeo events and traveling. You don't have to give that up. But what if you had a place to come home to? The words hit Harper hard. Home. It had been so long since she had had a home. Sure, she had stayed a couple of places for a few weeks or a month, but then it was on to the next event. More often than not, She felt like she was overstaying her welcome. That thought had crossed her mind every day about the Macklins. When would they be tired of her? "I'm not used to having a home anymore," she said. "I stayed away from my parents' house because it's too hard, and nothing else has felt like home." "I know." He ran his thumb over her fingers and it sent her heart racing. "But things can change." "Maybe." She bit her lip. "That scares me." Lawson's eyes softened with compassion. "Really?" She nodded. "My life is different, and maybe it's lonely sometimes. But it's what I'm used to. I know what to expect." "And you're afraid if you try something new, you might be disappointed." She shrugged. "I don't know. I just don't think about things like a future with someone, or—" Her voice drifted off. "Or losing someone again," Lawson finished for her. Harper nodded. "I'm not strong enough to do that again." Lawson opened his mouth to speak but shook his head and looked away. Harper knew he wanted to say that she wouldn't lose him. But he knew that bad things happen, and life is unpredictable. He couldn't make that kind of promise. "I like you, Lawson. Really, I do. I just don't know what a relationship would look like." "I don't either," he said. "But I'm not worried about it. The way I see it, we can walk away and never know, and maybe that's easier. Maybe there's no risk, so it seems like we won't get hurt. But Harper, I'm sure if we don't try, it's going to hurt. I want to get to know you more, and I want to be with you. I want you to know that I like you more than just a casual friend. I would like us to be more and just see where it takes us. I think we can make it work. Would you be willing to give it a try?" Harper bit her lip. She slid her hand from his and held onto the reins. Nudging her horse, they started moving forward again. Maybe forward was the direction she wanted to go with Lawson, but she wasn't sure yet. "Can I think about it?" she asked. "Of course. Take the time you need. I will be right here." Chapter 13. Lawson sat atop his horse, watching the cattle. It had been 3 days since he and Harper had taken a ride together. He had hoped that their conversation would be a starting point. Instead, it seemed to have halted everything between them. Harper had been distant. He hoped she was thinking, considering what he had said, but he was afraid that she was moving further away and deciding not to give them a chance. "Lawson," Colton's voice sounded just beside him. "Yeah, Colt?" "I've been calling your name. Your mind seems somewhere else." Lawson nodded slowly and stared out over the pasture. "Yeah, I guess it is." It seemed that his mind was always somewhere else these days, either thinking about Harper or about riding bulls for the next competition. Colton chuckled. "I know that look. I'm sure I had it plenty of times myself when I met Grace. Women are very distracting. I spent all my time thinking about her." "That's the problem. I wish I knew what to think." "What do you mean?" Colton asked. "I tried to talk to her about, you know, us, but she's not ready. She's not sure she'll ever be ready." Colton put his hand on Lawson's shoulder. "Patience. It takes a lot of patience, and I've seen the two of you together. The way Harper looks at you, I know that she wants to be ready. She just needs more time. She'll come around." "What do I do in the meantime?" Lawson asked. "That's the fun part. You just keep being yourself, being there for her, talking, and having fun." "I thought we were having fun before, but now she wants some time to think, and seems to be putting distance between us." "Maybe you need to close the distance. If you let her stay away from you and let things be awkward because of your conversation, then you forget why you want to be with her. Or maybe she forgets why she wants to be with you. Don't pressure her, but just be there. You have to keep being the same, keep showing her that you care about her, and keep believing that you would be good together. Because I really do think the two of you would be good together." "I think so too. I mean, well, obviously I do." "You're right, though. I've let it be awkward. So what do I do? Just pretend we didn't have the conversation? No, you can't pretend it didn't happen because it did, and pretending it didn't happen is going backwards. That's not what you want. Now you get to be intentional. Show her that you meant what you said. Show her how you can make this work, and why she should stop thinking and move forward. But slowly. Yeah, that sounds good. If only I could go spend time with her instead of working. Colton laughed. Well, you know what they say. Work on a ranch is never done. We have a lot to do today. But if you'll work through lunch, I'll try to cover you later this afternoon. Really? Sure, I know what it's like. If someone had let me off the hook to spend time with Grace when we were dating, I would have done it in a heartbeat. He smiled. What am I saying? I would give anything to do that right now. What we need is a trade. You've got a deal. You let me off today, and then you tell me when you want some time off. We'll make it happen. Lawson turned his attention to work and kept his head down the rest of the morning. His stomach grumbled in protest for skipping lunch as he rode the fence line, checking for damage or holes. It would be worth it when he could talk to Harper. When he finished, he rushed back to his house, showered, and dressed in record time. As he drove to the main house, his excitement grew. He had never felt this way about anyone before, and he was certain he wanted to do whatever it took to show Harper he wanted to make this work. As he jumped out of his truck and headed to the house, he glanced around to make sure she wasn't on the porch or in the yard. What if she wasn't here at all? He hadn't asked her if she had plans today. For all he knew, she could be off shopping with one of his sisters-in-law or working with his mom. What if he had wasted all this time rushing through work? In that moment, he made a decision. Colton was right. This not talking to each other wasn't going to cut it. If he wanted to spend time with her, he had to let her know. They were adults, and he didn't want to walk around wondering where they stood or hoping to talk when he didn't know if she was available. Just as he reached the front porch steps, the door swung open, and Harper walked out. Lawson smiled. He shouldn't have worried, but he was glad he had a clear purpose now. Harper stopped, frozen in her place on the porch, coffee cup in one hand as she brushed her hair out of her face with the other. Lawson's heart skipped a beat as he imagined seeing her here for years to come. Or on his own porch as she walked out the door to greet him coming back from working the ranch. Oh, he was a goner. Hey, Harper said, the surprise evident in her voice. What are you doing here? Lawson paused a moment as his heart beat out a funny rhythm, and he uttered the words that were so true. I came to see you. Really? Harper raised an eyebrow. Yes, Lawson said. Can we sit down? Sure, Harper answered. Her movements were hesitant as she walked toward the rocking chair and gently sat down, careful not to spill the hot liquid in her mug. Lawson sat beside her and began to slowly rock back and forth. How are you? He asked. Fine, Harper said quickly. He looked her in the eyes. No, I mean, how are you really? Harper took a deep breath and let it out, and he could see the concern in her eyes. Why are you asking? Because I want to know how you are. I feel like we haven't talked in days. And I care about you, Harper. I want to know how you are. She stared off across the front yard as they rocked their chairs in a quiet rhythm. Honestly, I don't know. Lawson's look of concern deepened. You don't know how you are? She turned one palm toward the sky and shrugged. Number. I'm so confused. Here I am on this beautiful ranch, where I sleep in a comfortable bed, eat delicious meals, and spend time with a wonderful family. Sometimes I feel like I could just stay here forever, but then I remember I'm only here because I'm stuck. If I had a car, I would be gone. Really? Lawson's chest felt as if he'd been stabbed with a knife. You want to leave? Harper shook her head. I don't know. Maybe. But if I had my car and had never come here, I would have missed out on all of this. The thought of that makes me so incredibly sad. I love it here. I like being with your family. She paused and looked at him. And with you. Lawson took her hand in his. But you did come here. And we like having you here too. So why not enjoy the time you have? Stop worrying about what's next and enjoy the now. That sounds too easy. I don't think life works that way. You can't just live recklessly, doing whatever you want in the moment. Lawson sighed. I want to say you're right. I've lived my whole life on this ranch. We have fun, but we work hard. I've been careful to do the right things and follow the rules, but that's not getting me where I want to be. When I decided to try riding bulls, I thought it would just be a crazy one-time thing. Then I had to do it again, and again, and again. I found something I loved, and it wasn't something that fit into my plan for the rest of my life. Harper, what if we take a chance? What if we take that ride and just see what happens? Even if it's just for a time, I truly believe it will be the best time of my life. What about when you get thrown off the bull? If you get hurt, is it worth it? Lawson grinned like a schoolboy caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Every time. Harper laughed and playfully pushed him away. I don't think you know what you're getting yourself into. Lawson's expression turned serious. Maybe not. But if it's with you, Harper, I want to find out. Chapter 14. Lawson finished loading items into the back of his truck and closed the tailgate. I hope we got everything on the list, he said as he brushed his hands off. Harper let out a giggle. It was a funny sort of list, but I'm glad I got to see the feed store and that your mom trusted me to help. She didn't say that she was pretty sure sending them on an errand had been a bit of a ploy to get them to spend time together. Surely Lawson had figured that out too. Lawson started the ignition but didn't put the truck in gear. He looked over at Harper. We don't really have to rush back. They can get along without me for a little while. Do you want to go for a drive? I'm just feeling like I don't want to go back yet. Sure, Harper said. A drive sounds nice. With a quick nod, Lawson pulled out of the parking lot. Neither of them spoke for a while as they drove. Harper stared out the window and watched as the view of the buildings in town turned to acres of land. The number of houses grew less and less as they moved further away from town. She looked out over the widespread plains. She had spent time in Texas, but maybe she had never taken the time to really appreciate the vastness of it. As they passed a gravel driveway with a sign that said Cedar Creek Ranch, Lawson pointed. That's where Riley works. He doesn't spend as much time on the ranch when he's working rodeos, but he still does some real cowboy work. Is that where he taught you to ride broncs? Harper asked. Yep, sure is. I remember the first time. Really, I was doing it almost as a joke. I asked Riley if he would let me try it once. I thought I might end up with a broken arm at the worst. I didn't do too bad, and I fell in love with it. I came back the next day and asked him to teach me. Harper smiled. That's how it was with my brother. He was just a little kid when he saw a bull ride. He knew it was for him. And the first time that he rode a bronc, even though he got tossed, I knew he was hooked. I think that's how it happens. Nobody has to convince themselves to like the sport. Either you do or you don't. Sometimes I wish that I didn't. It's fun, don't get me wrong. I fell in love with the sport too. I loved sitting in the arena, watching the horses and the bulls and the cowboys. I love watching them rope the calves, and the trick riders, and the barrel riders. I love sitting in the stands while the horses parade around the arena, and then they play the national anthem. It's almost a religion. Harper wondered at her choice of words. Was that true? Had she made rodeo her religion? Was that why she couldn't get away from it? Lawson smiled. I feel that. I always felt a sense of excitement. It's like everyone was unified there, watching a rodeo. I loved that families can come and enjoy it all the way from little kids to grandparents. And seeing those old cowboys who have been in rodeos since they were 10 years old just makes it feel like a legacy I want to be part of. Harper tilted her head and wondered if she should ask the question on her mind. But don't you feel that legacy with your own family? Whispering Oaks Ranch is an incredible heritage. Your family has run that ranch for generations. You and your brothers run it now, and they're having families and children to continue that tradition. Don't you feel the same way about that? Lawson's face hardened as he kept his eyes on the road. She thought she saw him tighten his hands around the steering wheel. I used to, he said. It sounds nice, but then one day you wake up, and you're just the middle brother in a family of a bunch of brothers. Yes, we work the land together. And yes, it does sound nice that it's our family's land that we've had for years and years. But does that really matter? What if I get to the end of my life, and the only thing that I have done is be a part of my family? What if I never do anything for myself? I don't know, Harper replied. Maybe that's not what it's really about. Oh, come on, don't give me that, Lawson said. I spent my whole life being a team player, doing things for the family. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the things that my parents taught me, and I learned to be a hard worker. I learned so many things about working on a ranch and taking care of animals. But what about me? No one looks at me and says, "Oh, hey, you're Lawson Macklin, right?" No, they say, "Hey, you're one of the Macklin boys, aren't you?" They don't even know my name. All I'm associated with is the group, the family, the ranch. Not me. He sighed. Sometimes I feel like no one cares about me, who I actually am. Oh, Lawson, I don't think that's true at all. I've seen how your family is. Yes, I know that a lot of the work is for the ranch, and it's a joint effort for the family, but I've seen how your parents treat you. They look at each of their sons as an individual, and I've seen how your brothers treat you. They are equal opportunity teasers. They pick on everybody differently. They wouldn't say the same thing to you that they would say to Colton or Jensen or Sawyer. She paused for a moment, carefully weighing her words. And besides, I see you. I see a strong man who is a hard worker and cares about the ranch and his family. Her cheeks felt hot as she said, "And I think maybe you care about me." "I do care about you." Without warning, Lawson pulled off onto what appeared to be a side road that led nowhere and turned to face her. "What about you? When I first met you at the rodeo, I thought you were a strong, independent woman. You were doing your own thing out there, not worrying about what anybody else thought. Especially in a place like a rodeo that can be kind of rough, you were calm and collected. Seeing you live on your own the way you have made me realize it's time for me to grow up. I want to be a strong, independent man, but I want you to see that side of me. I want to be strong and independent for you." She looked up and met his eyes. "That is how I see you, Lawson. You are stronger than anyone else I know. If you weren't kind and considerate, and someone who knows how to take charge, I might not even be here. You stepped up during that storm and got me to safety. You might think I'm strong and independent, and maybe I try to be, but I didn't know what to do. I might have just sat there in my SUV. I care about you, Lawson. I know that you're a hard worker and an independent man who's going to go after the things that he wants. But I don't think that means that you have to run away from your family and the life that you know here." Lawson smiled. "See? Strong and independent. You're not afraid to tell me what you think. I like that about you." "I like you too, Lawson." She stared down at her hands in her lap before looking up at him. "Where are we going?" Lawson looked out the windshield and then back at her. "Just for a drive." "No, I mean," she pointed back and forth between them. "I mean this. Where are we going with this?" Lawson blinked rapidly as he paused before he spoke. "Honestly, I don't know. I want to pursue you. I want there to be something between us. but I wasn't sure you were going to stick around. I like that you're independent, but if you're going to head back out on the rodeo circuit by yourself, how can we make a relationship work?" Harper shrugged. "I don't know. If you had asked me a couple of weeks ago, I would have said I didn't want a relationship. Trust me, living on my own and traveling from place to place was the way I liked it." Lawson's eyes were hopeful as he looked at her. Slowly he reached out and took her hand in his. "And now?" "Now, I don't know. I feel confused because it's so different than how I've lived. But I like being here with your family. It feels comfortable and safe, and—" Her voice drifted off, as if she couldn't say it. "Like home?" Lawson finished for her. She nodded as tears filled her eyes. "I haven't had a home since my brother died. Nothing made sense, and I didn't want anything to feel like home because I couldn't have a home without him. I didn't think I could be happy again because it seemed so unfair to be happy when he died." "You know he wouldn't want you to live like that." Harper sniffed. "I know. I think I understand that for the first time. My brother lived life to the fullest. He wasn't afraid of anything. And even though I'm so incredibly sad that he died, he did everything he wanted to do. He said yes to every opportunity." She paused as she wiped at her eyes and then continued. "I think he would want me to do the same. I don't know what's next for me, but I'm ready to start saying yes, and I'm ready to start living again." Lawson leaned forward until they were only inches apart. "I'm ready to live the life I've always wanted, and right now, I'm really hoping we can do that together." Harper's breath caught in her throat as her eyes drifted down to his lips and then back up to his eyes. "I think I like the sound of that." Lawson grinned and slowly closed the distance between them. His hand gently cupped her cheek, his thumb softly brushing the corner of her mouth. Harper felt her heart race as he drew nearer. As their lips finally met, it was like a flame igniting from a single spark. He kissed her tenderly, but with confidence. Harper's hands found their way to Lawson's shoulders, clinging to him as if afraid to let go of this perfect moment. Lawson's other hand slipped around her waist, pulling her closer. When they pulled away, Lawson rested his forehead against hers. He smiled as he pressed one more gentle kiss against her lips. As he did, Harper let out a soft sigh, as if she had been waiting for this moment her whole life. Chapter 19. Lawson sat at the dinner table and glanced to his side where Harper sat. If he was going to sit here being relentlessly teased by his brothers, at least she was next to him. "Remember that time Lawson tried to ride Dad's old bull, Buster?" Jensen almost hollered over the loud voices in the room. Sawyer laughed, nearly choking on his mashed potatoes. "Oh man, I forgot about that. You barely made it 10 seconds before Buster sent you flying." Lawson crossed his arms and rolled his eyes. "Hey, I lasted longer than Colton did." Colton grinned. "Yeah, but at least I didn't end up face first in the mud. That was classic." "Classic indeed," Titus added, shaking his head. "You were covered head to toe. Mom was furious when you tracked all that mud into the house." Hawk joined in the laughter. "I remember the look on your face, Lawson. You were so determined. But Buster had other plans." All right," Lawson said, holding up his hands. "I get it. I was a stubborn kid." "Stubborn doesn't even begin to cover it," Garrett teased. "But hey, that's what makes you." The brothers continued to laugh and reminisce, as they always did at dinner. But Lawson's smile faded as he put down his fork and looked around the table. "You know, I've been thinking a lot lately about my place here and what I really want to do with my life." Jensen snickered. "Oh, here we go. Lawson's having one of his moments again." Lawson glared at him. "This isn't a joke, Jensen. I'm serious. Every day it's the same routine. Work the ranch, eat, sleep, repeat. I want more than that." Sawyer leaned back in his chair. "More than the ranch? This is our legacy, Lawson. Dad worked this land, and his dad before him. It's in our blood. I know that, Sawyer. But have any of you ever considered that maybe, just maybe, I might want something different? Something beyond these fences? Colton frowned. Like what? Moving to the city? Getting a desk job? You wouldn't last a week. Lawson leaned forward, intensity in his eyes. How do you know that? None of you have ever believed in me enough to find out what I can do beyond shoveling manure and fixing fences. You think I'm nothing more than the middle brother in the pack of cowboys. Titus shook his head. That's not fair, Lawson. We all have our roles here. Sure, you're the middle brother, but that's part of your job. You keep us grounded. Grounded? More like stuck. I might as well be invisible here. No one cares about what I want or how I feel. Sawyer spoke up. We care, Law. We need you here. The ranch needs you, and our family needs you. The ranch will survive without me. It has 6 of you. Why can't I find my own path? Why is it so hard for you all to understand that? Jensen's eyes grew wide. So what are you saying, Lawson? You want to leave? Lawson took a deep breath. I'm saying I need to explore my options. Garrett scoffed. I don't know why you can't just be happy here where you are. Lawson pushed the seat back from the table with a scrape, his expression tight. He looked at each of his brothers with fire in his eyes before he stormed out of the room. He stomped across the foyer floor and flung the screen door open so hard that it ricocheted against the wall. He didn't stop until he reached the barn. Once he got there, he still wasn't sure what he was going to do, so he paced back and forth. Why can't they understand me? How can they possibly expect me to stay here and work just to be part of the family? What if I don't want to be here anymore? I could leave. I could find another ranch to work on, maybe one where they appreciate me more or where I'm known as myself and not one of the brothers. Or maybe I quit being a cowboy altogether. He paced as he listened to himself talk, aware that he probably looked and sounded crazy, especially at the thought of not being a cowboy. It was the only thing he'd ever known. Being a Macklin was the only thing he'd ever known. But maybe it was time to be Lawson. Just Lawson. His thoughts moved to Harper. Would she want to go with him if he left right now? A pain started to grow in his chest as he thought about how much she had begun to like his family. But she didn't know what it was like to grow up here. She didn't know what it was like to be the middle brother and not matter. He moved to his horse and started to saddle it, still not sure where he was going to go. All he knew was that he needed to get away at least for a little while. Maybe after a ride, he could think more clearly about his next step. Just before he mounted, the barn door slowly opened. Lawson let out a sigh, not sure which one of his brothers had followed him here. He heard footsteps moving towards him. I don't want to talk, he said. That's all right. You can just listen. Lawson turned at the sound of his father's voice and sighed. Dad. His father held up a hand, but he kept his voice steady as he spoke. Son, I have a few things to say, and I need you to listen. Lawson looked at his father. He grimaced at the pale look on his father's face, paler than usual. Lawson didn't remember the last time he had seen him so upset. I'm sorry to hear you feel the way that you do. We have always tried to treat our children fairly. Maybe things have changed as you've gotten older. Different ones of you have taken on different responsibilities. Sawyer naturally became the leader as the oldest, and things have changed for your brothers as they've gotten married and started families. But we never meant to treat you as if you were a lower-class citizen. It's not all the same, but we love you equally. Not in a way that we limit our love for any of you, but we love all of you immensely. Maybe we don't take the time to say thank you. You've all grown up here and worked the ranch since you were children. So maybe we forgot that you should have a choice. Lawson shook his head. I've never had a choice. Dad nodded slowly and reached his hand up to rub his shoulder. I realize that now. We didn't mean for it to be that way. I guess you didn't have a choice as a kid, and somewhere along the way, we forgot to notice that you've grown. You have a choice, son." His words caught in his throat. Lawson was surprised his father was so emotional over this. He had never seen him this way. I guess I appreciate that. But if I make the wrong choice, you'll try to talk me out of it. No more words came from his mouth. His father gasped in pain and grabbed his left shoulder. "Dad!" Lawson shouted, moving to his side quickly. It was just in time to catch him as he collapsed. "Dad!" His father closed his eyes and lay limp in his arms. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." Lawson heard the words coming from his mouth and couldn't stop repeating them. He lowered his dad to the ground and frantically tried to think what he should do. The only thing he could do was plead, "Oh my God, oh my God." Finally, he reached in his pocket and pulled out his phone. His hands shook as he swiped and pressed the button for an emergency call. He had never thought he would use that system, but now he was thankful for it since he was sure he wouldn't even be capable of pressing the numbers correctly. 911, what's your emergency? Lawson swallowed hard and managed to stop his refrain long enough to say, "Please, help. I think my dad is having a heart attack." "All right, we're here to help." Lawson would never recall how he was able to relay the information to the operator, or how he placed a call to Sawyer to let the rest of the family know. But in what seemed like the longest few minutes of his life, he sat on the floor of the barn, holding his dad in his arms, and begging God to let him live. Chapter 14. Harper kept her eyes on the road and on Sawyer's truck as she followed him to the hospital. The paramedics had checked James Macklin over, and it had been agreed for him to be taken to the emergency room. She had still been sitting at the table with the family when Sawyer's phone rang. He picked it up and said, "It's Law. Maybe he's calmed down a little." "Hey, bud," he answered. Harper had watched with the family as Sawyer's face went pale and his mouth dropped open. Her stomach wrenched when he said, "He says Dad's having a heart attack." The room fell absolutely silent for a long moment. Everyone looked from one person to the other in shock, and hands flew to mouths. Then, as if moving from slow motion to rapid speed, everyone jumped up and moved out of the dining room. Sawyer took charge and asked the wives to gather the kids and take them to the living room to watch a movie. He took his mother and let her hold onto his arm as they rushed out of the house. All the remaining brothers ran out the door, and Harper decided since she wasn't a wife, she could go too. Now, as they pulled into the hospital parking lot, Harper glanced over at Lawson. He hadn't really spoken since they got in the truck. He had been pretty angry when he left the house. That much was obvious. Mr. Macklin had gone after him to talk. She wondered what the conversation had been about, or if he had even talked to him before the accident happened. She pulled into a parking spot and put the truck in park. It felt strange to drive Lawson's vehicle, especially without asking him, but he was in no shape to drive and hadn't objected. "Do you want to go in?" she asked. Lawson shook his head. "Not just yet. I'm sure it will be a while before we can see him, or before they have any news. I just need a minute." Harper bit her lip and reached out, putting a hand on his arm. "I understand." They continued to sit in silence. Staring out the window, Harper laced her fingers together and waited. How long? She wasn't sure. It felt like both seconds and hours at the same time. Finally, Lawson cleared his throat and stuffed his cowboy hat onto his head. "All right, let's go in." Harper climbed out, made sure the door was shut and locked, and then followed Lawson across the parking lot and through the doors of the emergency room. They followed the signs directing them to the waiting room. The voices of the Macklin brothers grew louder as she neared. "Should we go and ask?" Colton said. He stood leaning against the wall with his cowboy hat in his hands. "Number. They will let us know when there is something to tell us," Sawyer spoke up. He sat in a chair next to Lydia. When Lawson and Harper entered the room, all the brothers fell silent, but not for long. Jensen stood from where he sat next to Sawyer and put a hand on Lawson's shoulder. I'm glad you're here. Lawson gave a quick nod and took a seat. Without a word, Harper moved to Lydia and gave her a hug. So, no news yet? She asked Sawyer. The oldest brother shook his head. We're trying to be patient, he chuckled. Some of us are not very good at it. Harper smiled faintly at his joke, but couldn't bring herself to laugh. She moved across the room and sat next to Lawson, who had turned himself away from the rest of the family. She put a hand on his arm but kept her attention toward his brothers. They seemed to be trying to pass the time, talking and joking. Jensen was in rare form, entertaining everyone as usual. Still, it was obvious that there was tension in the room. Even their laughs were nervous. After what seemed like an eternity, a doctor emerged from the double doors leading back to the treatment area. Lydia stood quickly, and Jensen and Sawyer moved to stand on either side of her. Mrs. Macklin? The doctor asked. Lydia nodded, unable to respond out loud. I'm Dr. Williams. I've been treating your husband. Yes, thank you. Lydia managed to find her voice. I have good news and bad news. He's doing all right, but he has had a heart attack. The air seemed to be sucked out of the room instantly. Even though they had all feared and suspected it, Harper knew they had hoped against hope that it couldn't be true. We're taking him to the cath lab to do some testing, and depending on the results, we will either put in a stent, or we will schedule him for surgery first thing tomorrow morning. Lydia swayed, and Sawyer put a hand on her arm to steady her, even though she seemed to have found some inward strength. Thank you. Can I see him? Lydia asked. Of course, the doctor said. I'll have someone come out and take you to his room. We may be taking him to the cath lab by the time you get there, but you can be waiting for him when he gets back. How many of us can go back at a time? Jensen asked. We don't like to have too many people at once. 2 at a time is best, the doctor said. That's all right, Lydia said. We'll take turns. Yes, I would recommend that, the doctor said. I must warn you that this could be a long road. You'll want to take breaks when you can. I promise. We're doing everything we can, and we're going to take good care of him. Thank you, Lydia said barely above a whisper. As the doctor disappeared behind the double doors, the family sank back down in their seats. Harper watched Lawson's face during the course of the conversation. He had gone from distraught to hopeful, back to a blank expression that she couldn't quite understand. Sawyer addressed the family and took charge. Well, Mom, when they come back, I can go back with you if you want. Jensen and everyone else, why don't you guys go get some coffee and snacks? Then we can rotate and let Mom stay with him. Jensen was the first to stand. I don't want to leave, not until we've seen him. Titus stood and stepped close to Jensen. Me either, man, but Sawyer is probably right. It may take a while, and it's best if we get some sustenance and take care of Mom. Oh, don't fuss over me, Lydia said. All the brothers shushed her together. Jensen spoke for them. Mama, you fuss over all of us all the time. It's our turn to fuss over you, and I don't think any of us are going to take any arguing about that. Lydia smiled. Thank you, boys. I'm sure I'll be taken care of. I just want to see your daddy soon. Harper looked at Lawson. Do you want to go get some coffee? No, Lawson said firmly. I'll stay until I get to see him. Harper lowered her eyebrows and bit her lip. She was afraid he might say that. There really is nothing you can do. We have to wait for the tests to come back. Lawson shrugged. I know, but I don't care. I'm not leaving. Harper nodded and slipped her hand into his. I understand. I'll stay with you. Lawson nodded but didn't say anything else. He put his other hand on top of hers and settled back into his seat. Chapter 17. Harper stared at the church in front of her. As she slowly crossed the church parking lot, she tucked her hair behind her ears with both hands and swallowed hard. Was this the right thing to do? What would Lawson say if he knew she was here? She shook her head and pushed her thoughts aside. She couldn't think about Lawson right now. She had to make this decision on her own. Now, it had been a long night sitting up in the waiting room at the hospital. She tried more than once to convince Lawson to go home and get some rest, but he wouldn't leave. Finally, this morning, he had insisted she go back to the house for a while. She hated leaving him there, but knew he wanted to stay until he was sure his dad was all right. Once she finally left, she was going to go straight to the ranch and get a nap. But when the church came into view, she knew she had to stop. Was she supposed to walk into a church in the middle of the day? She wasn't sure about the rules. Her heart pounded at a racing speed and her palms beaded with sweat as she reached the front of the building. But as she pulled open the antique wooden door and walked into the lobby, she immediately began to feel at peace. She moved forward in the complete silence of the building, which suddenly felt large and empty. Empty was a feeling she knew well. She had felt empty after her brother's death. She felt empty every holiday that she didn't go home to her parents. And she felt empty going alone to hotel rooms on long drives from state to state. She stepped into the sanctuary and slid into one of the pews. She folded her hands together. A quiet whisper in her soul said, "You don't have to be alone anymore." She lifted her eyes up to the cross over the back wall. "God," she whispered quietly, "I don't want to be alone. I want you to be with me. I know I've run from everyone that I've known. I ran from my parents. I ran away from friends and church after my brother died." She took a breath and let out a heavy sigh. "And now, I'm running away from Lawson." She took several breaths as she realized how true the words were. Maybe I didn't realize I was running from him until I felt him pull away from me. I've seen the Macklin family together. They take care of each other. They love each other. They share life, the happy times and the sad times. But most of all, they share you. They love you and have faith in you. I didn't want to trust you anymore after my brother died. It was too hard. Honestly, I think it's still hard. But I'm beginning to see that it's harder to do life without you than with you. God, I've been guilty of trying to do everything on my own. I tried to make things better. I tried to run my own way that I thought would keep me safe. I thought if I stayed away from everyone, I couldn't get hurt again. After the storm, I realized how much I needed other people, how much I needed family. God, I want to know you. I want to trust you and walk with Jesus. I heard the stories when I was a little girl about Jesus who died on the cross for my sins. I know I've made mistakes, that I've done wrong. But God, I want your forgiveness. I want the relationship that I can have with Jesus. I want the peace that I see in the Macklins' eyes and lives. Please, God, save me. I don't want to be alone anymore." Harper fell silent and sat as the tears filled her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. She felt a feeling she hadn't known for a very long time: peace. And in that moment, she knew one thing: she was home. "Thank you, God," she said. "Thank you." She heard the swinging doors in the back of the sanctuary and footsteps moving toward her. "Harper?" She turned and was overjoyed when she saw Grace standing next to her in the aisle. "Hi," she said, smiling wide. "I hope it's all right that I'm here." Grace waved a hand in the air. "Of course it is. The church is always open for people who need it. I was walking back to my office and heard someone, so I came to see who was here. Are you all right?" Concern creased her forehead. Harper laughed as she brushed away the tears on her cheek. "Yes, I am wonderful. I'm sorry, I must look a little crazy. But I needed to talk to God. I know I can do that anywhere, but I wanted somewhere quiet and somewhere I know I could talk openly." Grace nodded slowly as she scooted in and sat next to Harper. She placed her hand on top of hers. "I understand. God found me while I was here working at the church, even though I was concealing my real identity at the time. He knew who I was all along, and he drew me to himself. Harper sniffed. That's what I've been experiencing. I've been away from church for a long time and truly thought I would never come back. But the Macklins showed me it's not just about coming to church on Sunday and listening to a sermon. All of you live your lives like Jesus has changed you, and it makes a difference every day. Grace smiled. That's because it's true. God did change me. I want my life to reflect that, and I want to know Him more and more, every day. That's what I want too, Harper said. I want to follow Jesus. I was mad for a long time because of my brother. I thought I didn't want anything to do with God if He let that happen. But it's not doing me any good to be mad at Him. I don't understand why my brother had to die, but I know that my brother loved Jesus, and he is in heaven. I'll see him again one day. Grace nodded. I don't want to make light of what happened. I know it was so heartbreaking, and it seems unfair. But because sin entered the world in the Garden of Eden, death is part of life. No one lives forever here on earth. But God made a way for us to live forever with Him. His own Son died for our sins, which is the most unfair thing that ever happened. Yes, there are bad things in life, but they are temporary compared with eternity. Harper's eyes filled with tears again. You're right, she said. I'm so grateful. Grace leaned over and wrapped her in a hug. I know it was another challenge that brought you here to us, but I'm grateful that God used it for good. I'm so happy you have been here these past few weeks, and I hope you will always be part of our family. Harper smiled as emotion welled up in her chest. She couldn't get the words out to say it, but she truly hoped so too. Chapter 18. Lawson's knee bounced up and down as he sat in the hospital waiting room. It was hard enough to wait until visitors were allowed, but then there were always multiple family members waiting to visit too. Of course, he should let them go first. They weren't the ones staring their dad in the face and complaining about being unseen in the group of brothers when he had a heart attack. Would Dad even want to see him? Lawson had been in the room a few times, but so far he had always been asleep. What would he say when Dad could actually hear him? He looked up and found Mom standing in front of him. Hey, how is he? Mom gave a faint smile. He seems to be doing a little better, but he's very tired. Lawson nodded. Do you think it would be better if I waited to see him another time? No, he asked for you. He may not be able to talk long, but he wants to see you. Lawson's heart pounded. Now that the moment was here, how was he going to face his dad? Maybe if he had never brought up what he was thinking, his dad would be fine. How horrible must it have been to hear that one of your sons doesn't want to do the work that he's been taught to do his entire life? Lawson stood and gave his mom a quick hug. She reminded him of the room number, and he slowly but steadily moved in that direction. When he reached the room, he leaned forward and peered in the doorway. He almost hoped his dad was asleep. If he could sit in his room and watch him breathe for a little while, maybe it would calm him down. He would know that his dad was okay, and maybe later they could have this conversation. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his dad's eyes were closed, but as soon as he stepped in the room, his eyes fluttered open. Lawson quickly moved to the chair beside the bed and took his dad's hand. Hey, Dad. His dad looked at him and gave a faint smile. Lawson, son, I'm glad you're here. Dad's voice was weak, but clear. Dad, we don't have to talk now. It's okay. I'm sorry for upsetting you. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not going anywhere. His dad swallowed and seemed to summon all his strength. I wanted to see you. I want you to know this didn't have anything to do with you. This problem was in my heart before today. Lawson took a deep breath and pressed his fingers against his temples, trying to keep the tears at bay. I'm so sorry, Dad. I'm so glad you're all right. Lawson, you took care of me. I could have been out there in the barn by myself, or riding my horse somewhere, or anything. But I wasn't. I was there with you, and your quick reaction helped get me to the hospital to get the help that I needed. But Dad, how could this happen? You're one of the hardest working people I know. You eat well and you stay in shape. You do so much for other people. How could God let this happen to you? Even as he said the words, he knew he shouldn't be burdening his dad with this questioning right now, but the words tumbled from his mouth out of the deepest part of him. His parents loved God. If anyone should be protected by him, it should be them. So why didn't he keep this from happening? Dad closed his eyes and slowly reopened them. Lawson could tell he was getting tired and knew that he should let him rest. He opened his mouth, but Lawson shushed him. No, Dad, you don't have to answer. I know what you would say anyway. I'm glad that I was there, and I'm glad you're all right. We're gonna make sure that you get the best medical care. And don't worry, we'll take care of Mom and the ranch. I'm not worried. Not even a little bit. I know you boys will handle everything. Lawson stepped closer to the bed and put his hand on his dad's shoulder. Get some rest, Dad. We'll be here. Lawson took a seat and watched as his dad closed his eyes and quickly drifted off to sleep. He watched his chest rise and fall for several minutes. Seeing him breathe and knowing that his dad was still alive in the world was a great comfort. He hated to admit that for a few fleeting moments, he wondered if it really might be his dad's last moments on Earth. He held his head in his lap on the floor of the barn, panicked at the thought that it might have been their last conversation. What if he had lost his dad after that? Lawson shook his head. He couldn't bear the thought any longer. What were his brothers going to say to him when they found out? They hadn't heard the conversation in the barn, but they knew he had left the house angry. Did they blame him for what happened? It was bad enough that he blamed himself, but how could he face his family if they blamed him too? He let his face fall into his hands as he thought. His parents would use this moment to pray, and in the past, maybe Lawson would have too. Now he had too many questions, too many thoughts. God had already let his dad have a heart attack. He had let Harper lose everything in the storm, and her brother much too soon. Why would he listen to Lawson's prayer now? After several moments in silence, Lawson stood. No, the only thing to do was to take care of business. He would make sure his mom was taken care of, and that his brothers knew he wasn't going anywhere. He would help take care of the ranch, even if it wasn't what he wanted to do. It was what needed to be done now. He would make sure that his dad got better and everything at the ranch went on as usual. And he would be here with his dad to make sure the doctors gave him what he needed. That was the only way. Lawson walked out of the room determined to be the one who handled it and not to let anything fall through the cracks. Chapter 19. Harper sat on the porch of the main house. Somehow it looked different to her. Maybe because even though she had been here for a few weeks, she had always felt like an outsider. She felt like something had changed. A voice echoed in her ears. You're part of the family, Harper. She knew that not only was she considered a friend, but she was actually part of the family by joining the family of God. She stood to go inside but stopped when she saw a truck coming up the driveway. A quick glance told her it was Titus's truck, and Lawson was in the passenger seat. Her breath caught in her throat. After all their conversations and how close they had been growing, she was hoping things were moving forward. But what was he going to think about this decision she had made? They had so many talks about not trusting and believing in God. How was she going to tell him she had changed her mind about God? She shook her head, telling herself that no matter what happened, this was important. She wanted this relationship, even if that meant Lawson didn't agree. Lawson climbed from his truck and walked toward her. His cowboy hat was tucked down low over his eyes, and she wondered if he was hiding tears. Titus lifted his hand in a quick wave as he walked past her into the house, but Lawson stopped on the porch next to her. "How's your dad?" she asked. Lawson shrugged. "Okay, I guess. He looks better to me, but he also looks very tired. I don't have much experience with heart attacks." Harper said, I'm sure that's pretty normal. What did the doctor say? They think that the stents are going to take care of the problem, so no surgery. At least not right now. But who knows? They said it could have been worse, and it was good that we got him to the hospital so quickly. I'm so glad you were there to call 911. Lawson stared at her. That's what my dad said too. But it doesn't seem like a good thing to me. If I hadn't been arguing with him, he probably wouldn't have had a heart attack at all, so I don't see how it makes it better that I was there. Harper reached for his hand. You can't believe this is your fault. Heart attacks don't just happen because of an argument. This was always going to happen. The fact it happened today doesn't mean it's your fault, but the fact that you were there and were able to help quickly, you should focus on that. Lawson shrugged. I guess so. He looked around. Where is everybody? I'm not sure. I just sat down for a few minutes before I went inside. Lawson gave her a curious look. Are you just getting back? When she nodded, he asked, Where did you go? Harper hesitated. She knew he didn't want to hear the words she was about to say, but knew they needed to be said. I went to the church, she said. Lawson physically recoiled and stepped back. The church? He asked. Why? Did someone ask you to go by? No, she said. I just felt like it was where I needed to be. Lawson, I went to pray. He stared at her in surprise. Pray for my dad? He asked. She wanted to say yes and leave it at that, but she couldn't. Well, sort of. But more than that, I just felt like I needed to process everything that's been going on, and I really felt like prayer was the best way to do it. Lawson crossed his arms. Why would you say that? I didn't think you believed in prayer. Well, I didn't. But being here with your family has changed my opinion about a lot of things. I know you don't want to hear this, but I felt the power of God in that church today. He was there with me when I prayed. It was as if I could hear him answering me. I could feel him sitting next to me, and I always want that feeling. I've never had a relationship with God, but I know that he's real, and I want that relationship with him. Lawson shook his head. But all the things that we talked about, I thought we agreed. And after this week, he let my dad have a heart attack. How could you pray to him after that? How could I not pray to him after that? How could I not run to him? The only one who could help, the only one who can do anything about the fact that your dad had a heart attack is God, Lawson. Bad things happen, but things don't happen because God wants them to happen. They happen because we live in a broken world because of sin. Lawson shook his head and walked several steps away. I can't believe this, he said. Why would God let my dad, of all people, have a heart attack? Do you know what my parents do for this community? For the church? For everyone they meet? Harper nodded. Of course I do. They let me stay in their home when they barely knew me. Who does that? Why would someone let a stranger come in and then take care of them and feed them? After weeks of staying here, I finally figured out the answer. It's because of Jesus. Jesus gave your parents a gift. He gave all of us a gift because he came and died when we didn't deserve it. Your parents want to share that gift. Your parents live the way that they do because of God, but they don't expect anything from him. They don't expect him to give them a life with no problems. That's not life. Instead, they want to do everything they can to serve other people, to show them Jesus. Lawson threw his hands up in the air. I can't listen to this, he said, exasperated. I've heard it all before. Harper said, Then why won't you listen? You already know the truth, Lawson. I hope that you will learn to let it sit in your heart instead of your mind. I'm sorry that you're upset, but I have never been more at peace. He looked at her, then sighed and gave her a slight smile. I'm glad you have peace. Really, I am. If that's what you need, then I'm happy for you. Harper pressed her lips together, trying to hide her disappointment. It wasn't what she wanted to hear. But then again, she had taken a long time to get here. It wasn't as if she could expect him to change his mind today, just because she had. Thanks, Lawson. That means a lot to me. I need to get cleaned up before dinner, Lawson said. I hope we can talk some more later. Harper nodded. Of course we can. I'll see you at dinner. At the word dinner, Lawson stopped in his tracks. He paused for a moment before turning to face her. What are we going to do about dinner? Don't worry, Katie is taking care of it. She said she's making enough taco meat for an army, and Sierra is bringing toppings. We're just about the size of an army, he laughed. Well, I'll handle breakfast tomorrow, so if anyone says anything, let them know. Okay, I'm sure that's fine. Everyone is happy to pitch in. Lawson nodded before he turned again and walked into the house. Harper stood for a moment and watched the screen door slam shut. She bit her lip, hating the pressure he was putting on himself. She wanted him to know this wasn't his fault, but if it had been her arguing with her dad, she would feel guilty too. She squeezed her eyes shut. God, I'm still new at this praying thing, but please help Lawson. He needs you. He's hurting and feeling guilty, and I know that's not what you want for him. Show him you're real and that you care about him. She opened her eyes and whispered, Amen. Chapter 20. Lawson sat in the most uncomfortable chair and shifted his weight from one side to the other as he glanced at the clock. It had only been 4 minutes since he last looked at it, even though it felt like half an hour. Everything at the hospital moved in slow motion. Even as he watched his dad's chest rising and falling, it seemed slower than usual. Lawson had been obsessively checking the clock ever since the nurse said, "The doctor will be by to see you soon." He had finally given up and sent Mom for a break to get some coffee. She had barely left the room the past few days. Lawson had promised her he would call if the doctor came in and convinced her that stretching her legs and taking a breather would be good for her. Not that he was taking his own advice. He was looking forward to his own coffee when Mom returned since he had been up before the sun. He shook his head to keep himself awake, trying to remember what time he had gone to bed last night. Every night for the last 3 nights, he had eaten dinner at the ranch, then came back to the hospital to sit with his mom. He probably hadn't even looked at the clock last night, but it had been late when he got home. He might have never left if the nurse hadn't come in to insist that visiting hours were over for the night. Dad stirred, and Lawson jumped up to stand by his side. He watched and waited to see if he would open his eyes and speak. Lawson would be ready if he needed a drink of water, or if he wanted to sit up in the bed. But Dad only shifted in the bed and continued sleeping. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and Lawson grabbed it to shut off the noise before it could disturb Dad. "Hey," he said, keeping his voice low and stepping to the door. "Hey, how's your dad?" Harper asked. Her voice was a balm to his soul. She called or texted multiple times a day, and she always started by asking how Dad was. It meant so much to Lawson that she was still here, and that she knew what his main concern was. Even if it rubbed him the wrong way that he knew she was praying for his dad and for him. "He's okay. Sleeping right now, and we're still waiting for the doctor to come in." "You think they're going to let him come home?" Lawson nodded, even though she couldn't see him. "I think that's the plan. The doctor wanted to see his repeat test results today before deciding. Now that it's later in the afternoon, it might be tomorrow morning before we come home, or really late tonight." "Well, whenever it is, we're getting things ready here. Grace talked with the pastor, and several of the church members have offered to help with meals if we need them, although all the sisters-in-law have said they can cover food. I know they all have kids and jobs to take care of, so I can help too." "You've been a huge help, Harper. Seriously, you've gone over and above." "Not at all. They took me in and cared for me, and even though I hate the situation, I'm so happy that I can help and return the favor." Lawson's heart warmed hearing the kindness in her voice. "Just having you around is such a help. Maybe to me, more than to anyone else. That's sweet of you to say. I'm glad I'm here. But I'm worried about you. I know you didn't sleep much last night and you've been working or at the hospital for days now without taking a break. Lawson ran a hand through his hair and took a deep breath, feeling every ounce of the exhaustion. He knew Harper was right, but he couldn't take a break. He had to make sure everything was taken care of so his dad wouldn't have to worry. Thanks, but don't worry about me. I'm fine. I just want Dad to take it easy when he gets home. And I want to know what the doctor says and all the instructions. I know. And you've been a great help. But it doesn't have to all fall on you. You have all your brothers and the whole extended family. Promise me you'll get some sleep tonight. If they are going to send him home in the morning, the best thing you can do is rest, so that you'll be ready to help then. Lawson considered her words. It would feel good to go home, take a long shower, and fall into bed. Even before dinner, he was sure he could fall asleep and not wake up until morning. But what if Mom needed him here? Or what if he needed to check on the cattle? There was no end to the work that needed to be done. Lawson? Harper's voice interrupted his thoughts. Yeah? He asked, forgetting what she had asked. Promise me, okay? That you'll get some sleep. Oh, yeah, I will. I promise he would, just after he took care of things here. Let me know what the doctor says. I'm doing some cleaning around the house this afternoon and making a run to the grocery store. If there's anything specific your dad wants to have on hand to eat, let me know. I'll ask him when he wakes up. I know he'll have some restrictions on his diet. I know. You sent me that yesterday. Oh, right. He could barely remember that, but he was grateful she was keeping up with it. I have a list, but I'm going in about 30 minutes, so let me know if you want me to add anything. Thanks, Harper, for all of this. I'll let you know. Talk to you later. He said goodbye and ended the call. Lawson wondered if he propped himself up just right if he could catch a nap in the chair, but just then he glanced up and saw the doctor entering the room next door. Hoping that meant he would be in to see Dad next, Lawson lifted his phone and tapped the button to call Mom. He didn't even complete the call since she walked around the corner carrying 2 coffee cups in her hands. Lawson shoved his phone in his back pocket and accepted the drink. Thanks, Mom, he said. You're welcome, son. I can tell you need it. You've been here every possible moment, and I know you're working hard at the ranch, too. Caffeine will help you get through the day, but that's not a long-term solution. He chuckled. Harper made me promise to get some sleep tonight. Mom grinned. I knew I liked her. Do you? He asked, suddenly wondering her real thoughts about the woman he was growing very attached to. Yes, I do. I liked her from the first day we met her. But she was different then. I'm sure she was tired and scared from the storm and everything else she had been through, then coming to stay with perfect strangers on top of that. But we've gotten used to having her here, and I've seen a real change in her. There's a difference in her eyes and the tone of her voice. I'm not sure what it is, but it's there. Lawson lowered his eyes to the floor. Harper would tell her it was because of her newfound faith, but he wasn't going to say that. Mom, I think that's partly because of you. She's so grateful to be here, and she's mentioned that she feels welcomed and taken care of. Mom nudged him with her elbow. I think it's because of you too, Lawson. She absolutely lights up when you look at her. Lawson's heart fluttered. You really think so? I know so. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. You two just seem so right for each other. I hope she sticks around for a very long time. Thanks, Mom. I hope so too. But to be honest, I don't know. Things are good between us. He paused and thought about her decisions regarding faith and the way she had been telling him she was praying and reading her Bible. He didn't know how that was going to work between them. But I don't know what her plans are. At some point, she wants to be back on the rodeo circuit. Who knows? Mom shrugged. Sometimes people change their minds, or sometimes people's goals change. She smiled. Especially when they meet someone. Part of me wants to hope that she will change her mind. I want to wish that she would stay here and that we could build a future together. But I don't want to ask her to give up what she loves for me. I don't think she would want me to do that. Son, what is it that you want to do? I know you haven't wanted to talk about things after your father's heart attack, but you started a conversation that we haven't finished. Are you really unhappy at the ranch? Lawson sighed and sank into the chair. I don't know anymore. Yes, I have been feeling tired of being here. I guess I just feel like there's no room for me to grow or do anything different. But after Dad's heart attack, I know I'm needed at the ranch. Dad's gonna need me. We've always wanted you to have dreams and goals. We didn't mean that you always had to work on the ranch if you had other things that you wanted to do. I guess we just got so used to starting you boys out early and never stopping to ask if there was something else you wanted. But I'm asking now, is there something that you want to do? Because if there is, we will support you and help you, however we can. Lawson stared at his mom for a moment, seriously considering telling her about the rodeo, but that seemed silly. He liked competing, but that was never going to be a career. Maybe he just needed a change, or maybe he needed his own specialty at the ranch. But no, he couldn't burden her with that now. She had too much to worry about with Dad. He shook his head. No, I don't have any other plans. I just want to be needed, and seen for who I am, and I want to be helpful. I'm not going anywhere, Mom. Mom moved forward and put her arm around him. I know we were strict while you were growing up, and we pushed you. But it was because we wanted you to learn to work hard and do your best at whatever you wanted to do. If you felt like that meant you could only work at the ranch, I'm very sorry. And if you decide that there's something else out there for you, I want you to tell me. Lawson swallowed, pushing his emotions down. Thanks, Mom. That means a lot to me. Chapter 21. The pastor said, as we come to the conclusion of our message today, and Lawson's head jerked up, he had zoned out. Maybe he had stopped listening altogether months ago. Pastor Judson continued, forgiveness is not merely a suggestion, but a command from our Lord. In the Lord's Prayer we are taught to pray, forgive us our debts, as we also have forgiven our debtors. Jesus emphasizes this in Matthew 6:14-15. For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins. We must recognize that forgiveness is a journey, often challenging and filled with struggle. It requires us to let go of our pain, anger, and desire for revenge, trusting in God's justice and mercy. As Paul writes in Ephesians 4:31-32, get rid of all bitterness, rage, and anger, brawling and slander, along with every form of malice. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you. Let us take this to heart, allowing God's grace to help us forgive. Before we pray, I want to remind you to continue praying for the Macklin family. Lydia and the Macklin sons have asked me to say thank you to all of you for your help and support. They've enjoyed the meals you've brought. I know so many of you have been the recipient of a meal from Lydia over the years, and it's been a joy to be able to give back to her in that way. We're so grateful for the Lord's hand over James and for his provision in their time of need through all of you. Lawson closed his eyes as the pastor prayed, but he hardened his heart against the words. As soon as church was over, he whispered to Harper that he wanted to go. He had no desire to speak to the church members and hear all of them say how they were praying for his dad. He walked out of the church and headed toward his vehicle, holding Harper's hand in his. They climbed in the truck, but before he could leave the parking lot, Harper stopped him. Is everything all right? She asked. Lawson shook his head. I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. I know that I came to church today because my parents expect me to do it. I also know that you wanted to come to church today. I feel like everything we talked about when we first met, you've done a complete 180 on. And that's your prerogative. I'm not going to tell you that you can't believe. I'm just not sure what that means for us. Harper pressed her lips together in thought. Finally, she looked him in the eyes. I agree. I don't know what that means for us. When we first met, I was bitter and angry. I couldn't understand why God had let things happen to me that have happened in my life, so I chose to believe that He didn't care. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I believed there wasn't a God. There's too much in creation to not believe that something created it and planned it. But I just couldn't see how He could care if He let bad things happen. Lawson jumped in. Yes, exactly. That's exactly how I feel. Harper held up a hand. But Lawson, that's not right. Yes, bad things happen in the world. That's because of sin and the brokenness that came into the world through it. I know that I have sinned in my life, and I'm sure you know that you have too. Everyone has. So instead of focusing on God allowing bad things to happen, I started to focus on the fact that God sent His Son. Despite all of the bad things that people do, God wanted to be with us, and He sent His Son to die. That was the ultimate bad thing that could have happened. Now I see things more clearly, and I don't want to live my life mad at God. I want to walk with Him. I want to know Him and follow Him and trust that, in the end, everything will work out for good. I can respect that, but I'm sorry. I don't believe it. I don't feel the same way. I was afraid you might say that. I won't stop praying that God will speak to your heart and that you will follow Him. But I also respect your opinion and your decision. But you're right to think that we can't go on like this if we have these beliefs. I don't think that we can build a relationship when we feel so differently about something that's so important. I don't want to break up, Lawson said quickly. I know, but this is too important. I think we need some time apart. I haven't wanted to tell you yet, but I got a call to come photograph at a rodeo next week. I hadn't decided, but now I think I have. I need to go. I'll be honest. I'm not really sure what my future looks like, but while I figure it out, I'm going to continue to do the thing that I love. Lawson wanted to argue, but he didn't see any point. I care about you, Harper, and I want you to be happy. I would never ask you to stop doing what you love. I just don't know how we can make it work for us. Harper gave him a sad smile. Lawson, I know this isn't what you want to hear and that you don't agree with me, but I believe if we are supposed to be together, God will make a way. I don't know what that looks like, but He does. So I'm going to trust Him and not worry. I care about you too, Lawson, a great deal. And I love your family. They've taken me in, and I feel like I always have a place I can come back to. But for now, this is what I need to do. I understand. I don't like it, but I understand. You're right. You're welcome back here anytime. I'll give you some space, but I'll be thinking about you every single day. Chapter 22. Lawson made his way into the house, which was quieter than normal. Maybe everyone was already eating. Was he that late to dinner? He glanced at his watch. No, he was actually a little early. His footsteps echoed down the hallway as he made his way into the kitchen. When he saw no one there, he turned to the dining room. "Hey, Lawson," Sawyer said. "Come have a seat." Lawson looked around at all 6 of his brothers sitting at the table. His dad had taken his place at the head of the table for the first time since he had arrived home, and his mom sat beside him holding his hand. He couldn't tell what the look on her face meant. It was a mixture of care and sadness. Surely they didn't have bad news about Dad. "Is everything okay? Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. Come have a seat. We want to talk to you." "Me? Or all of us?" "Specifically, this is about you, but it pertains to all of you." Lawson reluctantly took a seat and glanced around at his brothers. They looked more relaxed than he felt. "Am I the only one out of the loop?" he asked. "Well, you were the only one we thought might not come if we told you ahead of time," Jensen said, lightening the mood. Lawson knew he was right, so he didn't argue. "All right, well, let's get on with it," he said. "Boys, we wanted to talk to you all together. We're sorry that we couldn't include the wives too, but we needed to talk without all the kids here, and we weren't sure how to make that happen. We hope that you will tell them this is not a secret from them, and that you will share all the information we talk about." Dad glanced at Mom, and she gave him a reassuring nod. "We love all of you so much. We love the life that we have built. We're so grateful to God for the gift of this ranch and this home and our family. We have grown here, loved here, fought here, played here, and worked here. And it's been everything I ever dreamed of. Now we've come to realize that maybe it's not everything that you dreamed of. Maybe it is. I know some of you have expressed that you want to live and work on the ranch and have no desire to do anything else, but we want to open the door to tell you that you are not bound to this. You never signed a contract. You never asked for a job. So if you have other dreams or aspirations, or if you just don't want to live on family land for the rest of your life, you are free to do so. We love having you here, and you have a job and a place to live for as long as you want. But you are not required to work and live here to be part of this family." Lawson stared at his dad and then glanced around at his brothers. "Dad, I know you're saying this because of me. I'm sorry that I ever said anything. I love being here. I don't know why I said the things that I did." Deep down, Lawson knew this wasn't true. He really meant his words. "We understand," Colton said. "I know how you feel. I spent a long time feeling like nobody cared what I did, and they only saw me as the little brother who followed along behind everybody else. There were times I considered leaving too." "It's not the same thing," Lawson said, knowing it was time to open up. "Yeah, we like to boss you around, but at least people know your name. When you're somewhere in the middle, you're just one of those Macklin boys. I can't tell you how many times I've had people say, 'You're a Macklin, right?' But not even know who I am. Sawyer's in charge. Jensen runs the barn. Hawk does the auctions. Even Katie and Sierra have their own jobs here. I just don't like feeling like a hired worker." Sawyer reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. "I understand. Really, I do. I'm sorry that we made you feel that way. You're very important to us. If you have ideas or something that you want to start here on the property, we'd be happy to support it. But you have to let us know. We do need workers to do the day-to-day stuff, and we all pitch in with that. But if you want your own thing, it's okay to say so." Lawson swallowed to push down the lump in his throat. "Well, I have kind of started my own thing, but it doesn't have anything to do with the ranch." His brothers raised their eyebrows and glanced at each other to see if anyone knew what he was talking about. "Well, tell us about it," Mom encouraged. "I know you're not going to believe this, and Mom and Dad, you probably aren't going to like it, but I want to tell you the truth. I've started competing in rodeos." Mom's hand flew to her mouth. Everyone else remained silent, and Lawson held his breath, waiting for anyone to respond. Slowly, Mom snickered. She giggled, pressing her hand over her mouth, but finally gave way, and laughter bubbled out of her. His brothers started to laugh too, and finally, Lawson's face broke into a smile. He laughed, even though he wasn't sure what was so funny. After a few minutes, Mom swiped the happy tears off her cheeks and admitted, "I always knew you'd probably end up there." Lawson let his hand fall on the table loudly in shock. "You did? Then, if you're okay with it, why did you always tell me no?" "Well, I guess I always hoped that you wouldn't. But you're an adult. You've been riding horses your entire life. If you've decided you want to ride bulls or broncos, I think you have the experience to know what you're doing and to decide that for yourself. Then what's so funny? Lawson asked. Oh, I'm not sure, Mom said. I guess it's the thought that you were so afraid of what your mom and dad would say when you're a grown man that you would keep it a secret. How long have you been doing this? Lawson blushed. I started training with Riley 6 months ago, but I competed in my first rodeo not too long ago. To be honest, that's how I met Harper. Jensen pounded a hand down on the table. I knew that you must have already known her when she was here for the event. Lawson hung his head sheepishly. I met her just before that, although that was the first time we really talked. But I was competing in the rodeo in Dallas when the tornado came through. I had just finished my ride when I knew it was going to get bad. So did you win? Colton asked. Lawson laughed. Not even close. I think I lasted 6 seconds. But it was better than the time before that. So maybe I'm improving. When is your next event? Sawyer asked. Lawson shrugged. I don't know. There's a lot to be done around here, so maybe I don't need to think about that right now. Son, that's why we're here tonight, Dad said. If this is something you want to do, we will handle things here. He chuckled. Of course, when I say we, I mean your brothers. Laughter filled the room. Dad's right, Jensen said. We're sorry we never asked if you wanted to be here. You know, working with the horses is all I've ever wanted to do. Titus laughed. Yeah, once you finally touched one after being deathly afraid of them. Jensen punched Titus's arm. Yeah. That's when I finally realized how much I loved them. I have never regretted being here working on the ranch. I can honestly say I don't want to be anywhere else. But if I had grown up in a family of lawyers and everyone assumed I was going to law school, I would probably feel pressured to do that instead of what I really wanted. So this is everyone's chance to be honest. Colton cleared his throat. I love working the ranch, but I would like to know more about the business side of things. I know we don't like to talk about it, but what happened to Dad is serious. I know Sawyer knows how to run things now, but what if something happens to you? We all need to know more about the accounts and balance sheets. Sawyer nodded thoughtfully. You're right. We can work on that. Katie keeps excellent records, so any of you are welcome to look at those at any time, but I'll be happy to teach you about the business. Garrett chimed in. Elise and I have been talking about what it will look like when we start a family. I mean, besides caring for her brothers, we would like kids of our own someday. I know we've covered for each other when needed, but it would be nice to have time off for vacation with the kids. I know I could ask, but it's hard to do that without feeling guilty. Maybe we could create a vacation system so it feels even. That seems reasonable, Sawyer said. But all of these are things about how to run the ranch better, not about wanting to do something else. Jensen chuckled. I guess we don't have any ideas about that. He glanced at Lawson. But it's okay if anyone else does. Lawson? Lawson looked around the table, making eye contact with each of his brothers as he thought. Actually, I think I'm pretty happy here, as long as I can have time to train and I'll take those vacation days Garrett mentioned to go compete. Sawyer chuckled. Sounds good to me. We want you to do what you want to do, but it sure wouldn't be the same around here without all the brothers together. I agree with Sawyer, Dad said. We love each of you, and you all bring your own talents and unique gifts to our family and to the ranch. We love having you here, and hope you know that. If you ever decide you want to change, the door is always open, and we will be here to listen. Thanks, Dad, Lawson said. I think that's all I've ever really wanted. That night, Lawson walked into his own house, happy to be exactly where he was. He had meant what he said to his dad. It meant everything to be told he was needed and wanted. And now, more than anything, he wanted a special woman to know that she was needed and wanted here, too. He got ready for bed and climbed beneath the sheets, ready to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Lawson's thoughts swirled as he stared up at the ceiling, but it was too dark to see anything. As he looked at the complete nothingness, suddenly a sense of fear enveloped him. After being with his family, now in his own house, he felt desperately alone. He grabbed for the light switch on the lamp beside his bed. His heart pounded rapidly against his chest at the idea of being in that nothingness, and he needed to see something. Just as the light came on, he knocked something off the table. The thud caused him to sit straight, and he put his hand to his chest to slow the pounding. He took several deep breaths. Clearing his throat and telling himself it was silly to be afraid, he sat up and reached for the object that had fallen. It had slid under the bed, and he bent awkwardly to stretch and reach it. Just as he was about to set it on the table, he realized what it was. In his hand, he held his Bible. It had sat on his bedside table for so long, it had become like a decoration, and he was numb to seeing it there. He couldn't say the last time he had picked it up to read. Lawson sighed and propped up against his pillow. He laid the Bible in his lap and stared at it for a long moment. What was that fear that he had felt? It seemed to hit him deep in his soul. And how was it that at that moment the one thing he found was his Bible? After several deep breaths, he spoke. God, I don't know what I'm feeling right now, but if you're there and you're real, show me for sure. There was no audible voice, but deep in his soul, Lawson heard, or maybe simply felt, a whisper, and he knew God had done just that. God, it's been a long time since I've prayed. I don't know if I'm ready to believe. Lawson wanted to list all the reasons he didn't want to trust in God, starting with his dad having a heart attack. But all the things he thought of over the last few months fell away. God, my dad has followed you all his life. He serves in the church and helps everyone he meets. He's worked hard all his life on the ranch. How could you let him have a heart attack? We need him. Even as he said the words, he knew that his dad was still here. God had spared his life and taken care of him. Even the doctors said he had recovered well so far, and that it could have been much worse. Maybe I've been looking at this the wrong way. A sentence echoed in his soul, and he spoke it out loud. You saved my dad. He thought about Harper and everything that had happened to her. And you saved Harper from the storm. You brought her here. Without that storm, we wouldn't have gotten so close. Lawson shook his head. But what about her brother? Why did you have to put her through losing him? He couldn't make sense of it. Couldn't his life have been filled with purpose and he lived a long time? He heard no answer, and he sighed as he leaned his head back against the wall. I guess some things just don't make sense. Maybe Harper is right. He remembered her words, saying that when sin came, bad things happened. But you gave us your son to rescue us. That didn't make any sense either. Lawson couldn't sit still any longer. He got up from bed and turned on the lights in the living room. He paced the room as he thought and spoke out loud. God, I've lived my whole life hearing about you. I know all the Sunday school Bible stories, and I know all the things I'm supposed to know, and how to say all the things I'm supposed to say. But I've never felt like I knew you. Not the way my parents and brothers do, and not the way I see Harper now. She says she met you, and her heart changed. He thought about his own heart. It felt cold and distant from the things he had grown up knowing. Isn't there a verse about a heart of stone? He knew he could look for it in his Bible, but he didn't know where to find it. He moved back to his room and grabbed his phone. Opening a web browser, he searched for Bible verses about heart and stone. In just a few clicks, he found the verse and opened it. He read aloud, Ezekiel 36:26, "And I will give you a new heart, and a new spirit I will put within you. And I will remove the heart of stone from your flesh, and give you a heart of flesh." Lawson scratched his head. What exactly does that mean? In a few more clicks, he found an online Bible commentary that said, The heart of stone and the heart of flesh signifies being spiritually dead and spiritually alive. He sighed and sank down onto the couch, finally able to stop pacing. Knowing it was time to stop running from God, he realized that the heart of stone was talking about him. God, he said, I have a heart of stone. I've put distance between myself and you, which has also put distance between me and my family. He swallowed hard. And it put distance between me and Harper. I don't like who I've become. I used to be happy and joyful. I was content with my life here. But I've grown hard and bitter. I don't want that anymore. God, I want a heart of flesh. I want to know you and walk with you. God, forgive me for my sinful heart and actions. Will you forgive me? Will you take my heart of stone and give me a heart of flesh? Lawson opened his hands in the air and felt a wave of peace wash over him. His fingers extended as if he were receiving a gift straight from heaven, and he knew it was the greatest gift he had ever been given. He sat on the couch a while longer, praying, confessing things to the Lord, and asking Him for a new life. He didn't know how long he sat there before he finally went to bed. But when he closed his eyes, he felt at peace, knowing he was no longer alone and living in darkness. Lawson fell asleep, believing and hoping for good things in the morning. Chapter 20. Moondravad. Harper stared at the arena through her camera lens and snapped a dozen pictures. She knew they would be good, but as she looked through them, her heart wasn't in it. She sighed. Lord, she whispered. It had become part of her routine to pray throughout the day, and she loved having an open conversation with Jesus all the time. What do you want me to do? It was a daily question. She hadn't known any other life than this for a long time, but being on the road felt even lonelier after being at Whispering Oaks with the Macklin family. As much as she felt loved and welcomed there, they weren't her family, and she couldn't stay there forever. Not without Lawson. She wondered what he was doing now. Her prayers often turned to him, and now she uttered the words she prayed every day. Lord, draw Lawson to you. Open his heart to see your love and kindness and call him to follow you. Harper pulled out her phone and absent-mindedly scrolled through the job postings she had opened earlier that morning. Was she even supposed to be looking for a job? Her eyes ran over the titles: staff photographer, travel photojournalist, second photographer for weddings. Was any of that what she really wanted to do? God, I don't know what's next. But I don't think I want to keep doing this. I want to settle down somewhere and stay put. Would you show me where that is? She closed her eyes, and though she couldn't say if it was from the Lord or not, she hoped maybe it was the answer. Because all she could think about was Whispering Oaks Ranch. Maybe, just maybe, he would lead her back there one day. She would keep praying for that. And she would keep praying for Lawson. Her phone buzzed in her hand, startling her so much that she almost dropped it. The name on the screen surprised her, and she answered right away. Hey, Mom. Hi, sweetie. How are you? I'm fine. Is everything okay? They didn't talk often, and Harper's mind immediately started worrying. Well, yes and no. We're fine. There's nothing seriously wrong, but we're not getting any younger. Harper, it's been too long. We miss you and would like for you to come home. Not just for a couple of hours or a day, but to stay. Harper's heart thudded hard against her chest. Oh, She searched for an excuse, but nothing came to mind. Suddenly she realized this was her answer. God was making it very clear. It was time. And now she felt like she could finally bear it. Okay, Mom. Okay? Mom said, sounding surprised. She must have been prepared to put up a fight. Yes. Okay. I'm working a rodeo today and tomorrow, but then I'll come home. Even as she said the words, they felt funny on her tongue and to her soul. Was it really home anymore? Oh, that's wonderful! Mom practically shouted. We'll have your room ready for you. Sounds good, Mom. Harper wasn't sure what she would do there. Maybe God had a job lined up for her, or maybe her parents didn't want to say that something else was wrong, and they needed her. All she knew was, this was the next step she needed to take. And that was all she needed right now. Lawson stomped the mud off his boots on his front porch before stepping through the door. Nothing sounded better than a hot shower, and he moved quickly through the house. As he let the hot water pour over his tired muscles, he knew he could stay in there all night, but he had more important things to do. The day had been long, and he had rushed through dinner with the family to check on a cow in labor. He genuinely hated missing the time with his brothers. Their old camaraderie was back, and it was like old times, while also being a new relationship as they treated each other like adults. Lawson felt respected and needed in their group. After his shower, he dressed in shorts and an old t-shirt and made his way into the living room. His Bible sat on the coffee table. After that first night reading it, he had kept it open, and now he was reading it every day. So much of it he had heard or read before, but now he saw all of it in a new light. It wasn't just stories of battles, giants, and prophets. It was the story of how Jesus came to save the world. Lawson smoothed his hand over the pages of the Bible as he read. He whispered a prayer, thankful that God had opened his heart to his word. Lawson closed his Bible, folded his hands, and closed his eyes. Lord, thank you for your word. Thank you for opening my eyes to see your goodness. Thank you for sending your son for me. I know I didn't deserve it, but I'm beginning to see that you don't do what we deserve, and I'm thankful for that. We all deserve eternal punishment. I'm sorry that for so long I've believed that the bad things in the world are because you just want to see us hurting. I know that it pains you to see evil and pain in the world, but that's not what you want for us. Sometimes it's just the consequences of sin existing in the world. I pray that you would help me to encourage others and show them that too. As it often did while he was praying, his mind drifted to Harper. God, I know I pushed Harper away because I didn't want the faith that she had found. Now we share the same faith, but she doesn't know it. I don't know what she's decided or where she is, but I want to tell her that I'm following you. He hung his head and chuckled. Actually, I want much more than that. I want to be with her, but I want it to be what you have for us. And I want her to be happy. I don't know if she wants to continue to travel and work. I would never ask her to stop that if that's what she wants to do. I pray that you would lead us together in your timing and show me your plan. Show me what the next step is, but help me to be patient. He opened his eyes and looked around his house, hoping that one day maybe Harper would share this home with him. Immediately, he had a sense that the time for patience was over, and it was time to reach out to Harper. He grabbed his phone, eager to talk to her. Then he sighed. He wanted to do this right. Harper was special, and she deserved all the best things. No, he wouldn't call her now. Maybe he would text her and just let her know. He felt like the Lord was allowing him to move forward now, but he wanted to do it right. Okay, God, I know that I want to talk to her, but when I do, I want to have a plan. Help me to know the right words to say and what you have for us next. Lawson rose and went to bed, praying and thinking about Harper, and knowing that when he saw her again, he would be ready to talk about the future. Chapter 24. Harper pulled into the driveway of her childhood home. She climbed out, stretched her legs, and rolled her neck from side to side. It had been a long drive, and she was thankful for the ride in the new-to-her SUV she had purchased. It was the same make and model as her old one, and it made her feel like her life was getting back on track. As she stared at the house that was so familiar, yet distant, a smile spread across her lips. Memories of childhood summers with her brother and parents flooded back. Her eyes brimmed with tears, but for the first time, the memories weren't as painful. She knew her brother was in a better place, and she would always be grateful for the life they shared and the way he had shaped who she had become. The front door opened and her mother rushed out. "Harper!" she called, flinging her arms open to her daughter. Harper moved forward and hugged her mother. They embraced for a long moment, and Harper chided herself for letting it be so long since she had been here. "Hi, Mom. I'm so happy to be here." "Oh, me too, sweetie. I'm so glad you're home. Come inside. Your father is waiting." Mom held onto her hand as if she might turn and walk out again, but Harper knew she had no intention of leaving. Silently, she promised herself that it would never be this long again. "Walter, she's here," Mom announced, though it wasn't necessary. Harper could see that her father already knew. He didn't get up from his chair, so she moved forward and wrapped her arms around him in a hug. "Hi, Daddy." "Pumpkin," he said. "It's good to see you." "It's good to see you too." She noticed that when she released him and stepped back, he looked a little tired and was favoring his right side. She chose to ignore it for the moment and took a seat across from him on the couch. "You must be worn out from the drive," Mom said. "Do you want something to drink? Coffee? Tea? Water?" Harper smiled. Her mother had always been quite the hostess. "Water would be great," she said, knowing that if she turned down the offer, her mother would bring her something anyway. Mom hustled off to the kitchen, and Harper settled into her seat. As she looked at her dad, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. "So, what's new, Dad?" "Not much," he said, but his eyes told a different story. Harper wanted to ask questions but refrained. If he had something to tell her, he would. Maybe he just wanted to enjoy a few moments of normalcy first. Mom walked back into the room and handed Harper a glass of water before taking a seat next to her. "Now then, catch us up. How was your drive? Are you liking your new car?" Harper pressed her lips together to keep from laughing at her mother's rapid-fire questions. She had always been that way, not able to let her answer one question before asking the next. "Yes, it was fine, and I like the car. I hope it's going to last me a long time. I didn't want to buy the first thing I looked at, but I really needed a vehicle and everything checked out." "And did Lawson help you look at it?" Mom asked. Harper bit her lip. "No, he's very busy working at the ranch, but his brother Colton took me and helped look it over." "That's very kind of him," Mom said. "I hope one day we can meet all the Macklins." Harper nodded. "I hope so too. They are very nice people, and I will forever be grateful that they helped me when I needed it." "I am grateful too." Mom bit her lip, and Harper knew what she was thinking. "I'm sorry I couldn't get here. I know you would have helped me any way you could." Mom gave a half-hearted smile. "Yes, we would. But we're happy you had help." She took a deep breath and put on a happy face. "And we're happy you're here now." Mom stood then. "I've got your room set up for you. I can show you where the towels are in the bathroom and help you carry your stuff in." Harper nodded, a crease forming between her eyebrows. "All right," she said as she followed Mom out the door. Once outside, her mom made her way to the back of Harper's car, and the two of them pulled out her suitcase and toiletries bag. Harper smiled, but inwardly it pained her to see the luggage that Katie Macklin had loaned her. Harper had tried to refuse, but Katie insisted. "I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, and even if I was, I have to pack for 3 kids." She had laughed. "What I need won't fit in this adorable suitcase." Now, as she and Mom carried the luggage into her childhood home, she felt very far away from the home she had found with the Macklins. Still, she knew she should spend this time with her parents. That night at dinner, Harper decided she had waited long enough. In between bites of her mom's delicious meatloaf and potatoes, her dad's favorite meal, Harper spoke up. "I'm sorry to ask, but is everything all right? Don't get me wrong. I'm very happy to be here, and I know I should have come home a long time ago. But what made you call now?" Her parents exchanged a glance, and Harper knew her suspicions had been correct. Mom opened her mouth, but Dad reached over and took her hand in his. It's all right. I'll tell her. Harper's heart picked up speed. She had hoped she was wrong and that nothing serious was going on. Now she waited, practically holding her breath for her dad to speak. Sweetheart, there is something we need to tell you. We're okay, but I had a fall last week. Why didn't you tell me? Harper interrupted. I would have come home. Dad shook his head. I'm fine. Don't worry. It really wasn't that serious. I have some bruises and sore muscles. Nothing was broken, but it did make us realize that we're not as young as we used to be. Now, I'm not saying that anything is going to happen to us right now, but we need to start thinking about the future. Harper nodded slowly, trying to comprehend what he was saying. So, what does that mean? For starters, we are making a plan for retirement. You know I'm not one for keeping up with details too much, but I didn't realize that I could retire in about 6 to 8 months. Really? Harper asked. Yes, Mom said excitedly. Can you believe it? We'll be able to start that list of things we've always said we would do one day. That's great, Harper said, but she heard the uncertainty in her own voice. That's right. It is great, said Dad. But it means that we have to make some changes. We want to be smarter with our money, and we want to make the best decisions for the next season of our lives. He looked at Mom and squeezed her hand. Because of that, we've decided that it's time to sell the house. Harper gripped the table, feeling as if the wind was knocked out of her. She bit her lip, trying not to say all the things that immediately came to mind. She took several deep breaths. Wow, I guess that makes sense. But I didn't really expect you to say that. Mom got out of her seat and moved to sit next to Harper, putting her hand on her arm. I know, sweetie. This is why we wanted you to come home. We have loved this house. It's where we raised you and your brother and made lots of wonderful memories. But we don't need all the space anymore since it's just us. As we get older, we don't want to have to deal with the stairs. So it really is time. I know, you're right. I guess I just don't think of you guys as being old. Mom and Dad both laughed. We don't think of ourselves as old either, Dad said. But we would like to be in a good situation for getting old because we are getting older every single day. Harper smiled. Well, I guess it's better than not getting older. Absolutely, Dad said. How can I help? Harper asked. Mom smiled and squeezed her hand. I thought you might want to go through some of your things. I know you don't have anywhere to keep them right now, but if you can decide what you do want to keep, we'll save space for you. Tears stung at Harper's eyes. Thanks, Mom, but I can't ask you to do that. In that moment, she knew it was time. I know you need to find the right place for you to live, and I think it's time for me to have a place of my own. Really? Mom asked. Harper nodded. I don't know where that is yet, but I've been praying about what's next, and I'm sure that God is saying it's time to settle and stay somewhere. I'm sure He will show me where. Oh, sweetie, that's wonderful. I know you've loved traveling and working and having the experiences you've had, but I'm happy to hear this. She looked at Dad and raised her eyebrows. And who knows? We could be open to moving somewhere if we know our only daughter will be close by. Dad's eyes opened wide and his mouth fell open in surprise. I hadn't thought of that. I assumed we would find something here in town, but if I'm retired, I suppose we could be open to the possibility of living somewhere else? Harper held a hand up. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Maybe I will be here, and you don't have to make that decision. I don't know yet. But I know I'm ready to stop wandering, and I know that I want to see you as much as possible. Mom leaned over and wrapped Harper in a hug. That sounds absolutely wonderful. Chapter 25. Lawson stepped onto the porch of his parents' house, sipping coffee. Moving to the rocking chair, he sat and looked out over the land. He was growing to really love it again. Over the past few months, he had let himself become bitter toward the ranch and how it controlled his life. But now he felt like a kid again who got to play and ride horses for a living. Now he knew this was where he wanted to be. His mind raced with ideas for the ranch and how he could do more with his job and make it his own. He hadn't talked to Sawyer or the other brothers yet, but he was sure they would support him in his ideas. The other idea consuming him right now wasn't something, but someone. God, he prayed. I want to move forward with Harper. I think you brought me to a place where I know what I want to do with my life, and now I want to tell her. He thought about the plans he was making and how he would carry them out. Lord, I pray that you would prepare her heart to hear what I have to say. I know she has some concerns, but I pray that we would both trust you with the future, and I pray that the future for us is together. Harper sat on the floor of her childhood bedroom and reached for the box she had pulled from the closet. Opening the lid, she laughed at the contents. Mom, why did you let me keep everything I ever owned? She called out down the hallway. Mom entered the room smiling and sat on the edge of the twin bed with a ruffled pink bedspread. Because you just loved everything. Trying to get you to clean out and get rid of things was something akin to torture. And I couldn't even think about sneaking it out. You would either find it and be so hurt that I tried to get rid of it, or if I managed to get it out of the house, you would think of it months later and ask me where it was. I always said I didn't know, which was true by then. But that look in your eye said you knew what I had done. Harper laughed. I'm sorry, Mom. It's funny to think how attached I was, and then I left it all here. I've owned very little over the last few years. And now you get to take care of all of this. Mom held her hands out, indicating the full room. Yeah, but now I see that it's just stuff. What I really wanted was to hold on to the memories and the feelings from all the moments. She looked at Mom and smiled. You gave us a wonderful childhood. Mom brushed at her eyes. I'm so glad you think that. Honestly, there were so many times I didn't know if I was doing the right thing. And when you and Noah would fight, I thought I would pull my hair out. Harper laughed. We did fight when we were little, didn't we? It's funny, I don't think about that often. I only remember the good stuff. Mom nodded. That's how it should be. It's what I hoped back then, that you would keep the good memories. I have, Mom. Harper swallowed to push down the emotion rising in her chest. She wished she could keep the mood light, but she had to say what was on her heart. Mom, I'm sorry that I left after Noah died. Looking back, I can see how much that must have hurt you. I didn't mean for that to happen. It's just that I lost my brother and my best friend, and I didn't think anyone could understand how I felt. So I ran away. I guess I thought that without Noah, our family wasn't really a family anymore. Mom sniffed as a tear slid down her cheek. It was such a hard time. I wanted to come after you and bring you home, but your father and I both knew we needed to let you process this in your own way. We couldn't believe that you still wanted to be around rodeo events, but I see now that you were just trying to keep his memory alive. It was hard to be at the rodeos, but I felt like if I wasn't there, I might forget what he was like. When I watch other bull riders, it terrifies me, but they jump off or fall, and when their back is to me, for just a second, it's almost like it's Noah. She shook her head. But I'm letting that go. Noah isn't at the rodeo. He's in heaven with Jesus. I'll see him again one day. Until then, I'm glad I have photos of him doing what he loves, and I have his memory in my heart. Mom moved onto the floor and wrapped Harper in a hug. I'm so thankful we had him. He was a light in this world, and he made everyone smile. He would be so glad to know that you are ready to move on with your life. Harper pulled back and nodded as she wiped at her tears. I know he would. Now I just need to figure out what moving on looks like. Keep asking God. I know he will show you in his perfect timing. Harper hugged Mom again. You're right. And I'm sure whatever we do next, we will go together. Chapter Tirupati Aru. Harper put her camera strap over her neck and grabbed her equipment bag. Smiling as she walked toward the arena, she whispered a prayer of thanks. God, thank you for this season in my life. Photographing rodeos has been such an adventure and a joy. Thank you for whatever you have for me next. Her phone buzzed, and she paused to pull it out of her back pocket. The message from her mom read, "Good luck tonight. We miss you already and can't wait to see you soon." Harper smiled as she typed out a quick response. "I can't wait either." It had been a wonderful week visiting with her parents. She stayed up late watching old TV shows with her dad and enjoyed talking with her mom while they sipped coffee on the front porch in the mornings. She had spent the days going through the belongings in her room and searching job listings and house listings. Every day she prayed that God would lead her where He wanted her to be. So far, she hadn't found anything that seemed right, but she felt God's peace in her heart and knew He had something waiting for her. Waiting had never been her strong point, but she hoped she was making good use of the time. The ground under her feet turned from the pavement of the parking lot to the dirt of the rodeo arena. She wrinkled her nose at the familiar smell of dirt, sweat, and animals. Harper gave a half smile. "I'll miss this," she said to no one in particular. She might not know what was next, but she knew this was her last rodeo. After she moved inside and met the event coordinator, she began her usual routine of moving around and taking practice shots. A group of cowboys gathered in the corner of the ring, and she snapped a few photos. As she checked the images on the back of her camera, she heard footsteps behind her. "Capture anything good?" Harper froze at the sound of the familiar voice. Was it really him? Or was she imagining things because she wished it was him? Her heart thundered so that she felt it could be heard throughout the arena, and she slowly turned. She gasped while her hand flew to her open mouth. There he was, looking every bit the part of a real rodeo cowboy. "Lawson," she said just above a whisper. "Hi," he said. He looked unsure of his next move, and Harper wondered if he would close the distance between them. She took the first step toward him. That seemed to be the permission he was waiting on. Lawson rushed to her, and they practically crashed together as she wrapped her arms around his neck, and he embraced her in his arms. "Harper," he said against her ear, making her feel as if she might melt into him right there. "I've missed you so much." "I've missed you too." Harper swallowed and pulled back, composing herself. Seeing him now didn't mean anything had changed. She had known when she came to a rodeo in Texas there was a possibility he would be here to compete. She looked him up and down, gripping her camera to keep her hands busy. "How is everything? How's your dad doing?" Lawson smiled. "Somehow, I knew that would be your first question. I guess you'll just have to ask him yourself in a little while." Harper's eyes grew wide. "They're coming?" "They sure are. The whole family." "Really?" Harper smiled. "So you told them?" Lawson nodded. "It was crazy for me to keep it a secret that long." "How did they take it?" "They weren't as surprised as I thought they would be, and you were right. They wanted to support me and do what they can to help." "I'm so glad." Harper bit her lip, trying to keep the million questions in her mind from exploding out. "Harper, a lot has changed since you left. I've had a lot of time to think and read." He paused and looked her directly in the eyes. "And pray." Harper froze in shock, unable to form words. Lawson stepped close and took both of her hands in his. "You were right about everything, but I just couldn't see it for myself. God really had to get my attention. I see now that He has been there for me all along, and that He has good things planned for me. And it was never about me anyway. It was about Him." But he looked down and saw me, unimportant, nobody Lawson, and He sent His Son for me, so He could save me. If God loved me that much when I was nothing, I don't want to miss another day of walking with Him. Harper squeezed his hands. "Lawson, that is the best news. I have been praying for you every single day. I felt your prayers. I've been praying for you too, praying that God would bring us back together at the right time. Harper took one step closer and kept her eyes locked with his. And now? He grinned. Now I think it's just the right time. I think so too. I've been praying about what I'm supposed to do next. So far, God has been showing me that He has a plan, but I didn't know what it was yet. I have the perfect plan. We need you at the ranch. Really? Harper practically shouted. Yes, really. We're starting up some new projects that we need a photographer for. And if you're up for it, you could help manage the projects. She smiled. That sounds amazing. It's more than that, though. The ranch needs you. But more importantly, I need you. Harper's eyes filled with tears at his words. I want to be with you, Harper. I've decided that my life is at the ranch. I'm happy and content there, knowing it's what God has for me. But I don't want things to stay the same. My role there is changing. I want to change and grow with it, but I don't want to do that alone. I want you, Harper. You're the strongest woman I've ever met, and your faith in God changed you. Because of that, you helped change me by pushing me in my own faith. Harper, I wanted to get to know you better the first time I saw you, but now it's different because I know this one thing. I love you, Harper. I love you too, Lawson. Harper started to say something else, but Lawson shushed her as he covered her lips with his own. Harper put her arms around his waist as he took her face in his hands, kissing her again and again. She wanted to cry and cheer at the same time, but instead she found herself lost in his embrace and clinging to him as if she would never let go. A shrill whistle interrupted them, and Harper remembered where they were. She pulled back, but Lawson put his arms around her shoulders and held her there. They both glanced at the entryway and saw his 6 brothers clapping and cheering. Harper felt her cheeks flush the brightest red before she buried her face in Lawson's shoulder. He laughed as he lifted her chin with his fingers and looked into her eyes. Don't worry, it won't be the last time they see this because I plan to do it pretty often. He kissed her again as Harper giggled. When they parted, she said, That sounds good to me. I'll be happy to kiss you any time, rodeo cowboy. Lawson smiled. Never thought you would say that, did you? She shook her head. I didn't. But now I think nothing sounds quite as wonderful as that. Chapter 27. Lawson shut the truck door and hurried over to Harper's side. He held tight to her hand as they walked toward Sierra's training facility. This will be the perfect spot, he said, pointing to the side of what the family called Sierra's barn. It looks great. I still can't believe you're starting a rodeo training program here. Lawson laughed. Me either. After all those years of my parents being against any of us competing in rodeos, it's pretty shocking. But now that they've seen me compete, they know it's important for riders to be trained well. I know we can never predict what an animal will do, and there will always be rodeo accidents. But I hope we can teach them to be safe and learn how to ride properly. Harper smiled and squeezed his hand. He turned and faced her, putting his hands on her shoulders. I hope this isn't painful for you. She shook her head. I thought it might be, but it's what Noah would have wanted. He loved what he did and spent his life living a dream. He would be thrilled to know I'm part of creating something like this. I'm glad you feel that way. I know Katie has talked with you about coming to work at the ranch as a photographer. That's perfect, but I think you can be more than that. We need to market the ranch as we grow and expand into new areas. Harper furrowed her eyebrows. What are you thinking? How would you feel about being the official social media manager for Whispering Oaks Ranch? Harper's eyes grew wide, and she paused, thinking that over. That sounds amazing. I hadn't considered it before, but I would love it. I took a marketing and social media class online a couple of years ago and was really interested in it. I even applied for a position with the Rodeo Association, but it didn't work out. It will be learning on the job for sure, but if you're willing to let me try, I would be thrilled to do it. Of course, we're willing. I already talked to my brothers to make sure they approved before I offered. I'm so glad you're all working together so well now. Me too. Since we all plan to be here for a long time, we want to build our ranch business together and use everyone's strengths in the areas where they want to work. He paused. And we're all happy to get you on the payroll and keep you here at Whispering Oaks. Harper blushed. I'm happy to be here too. Mom and Dad can't wait to get out here next week. I'm so grateful to your mom for letting them stay while they look for a house. You know that's what we do around here. We take care of people. I know, I'm just blessed to be one of those people, Harper said, looping her hand through his arm as they began to walk again. Now, as the new social media manager, once you get the account set up and running, your first job will be to announce the future opening of the new Noah Sullivan Memorial Rodeo Training Facility. Harper gasped. Really? She asked as her eyes filled with tears. Yes, really. Oh, Lawson, that's so kind. Thank you. He would love nothing more. Lawson took her in his arms and tenderly kissed her lips. And I love nothing more than having you here. I want to work together to continue Noah's legacy and build our own legacy here on the ranch. I love you, Lawson, and I love all of this. I love you, Harper. I can't imagine my life any other way, and I don't want to. Lawson kissed her again, silently thanking God for bringing her into his life. As they embraced each other, he knew they were exactly where they were meant to be, ready to face the future together. Epilogue. Titus Macklin had seen Whispering Oaks Ranch go through a lot of changes over the last few years, but nothing could have prepared him for this newest idea. Sierra starting a horse training facility was one thing, and Lawson training for rodeos was surprising. But this? Who would have ever guessed that a family of 7 rough-and-tumble brothers who did nothing better than chase cows and get dirty would be opening a wedding venue? He wanted to laugh at the idea, but now he needed to keep it together as Lawson and Harper came walking toward him. "Isn't this place perfect?" Harper was saying to Lawson. "Yeah, I think it will be great," Lawson agreed. Harper pulled her camera up to her eye and started snapping pictures. "I don't know that I want to be the wedding photographer, but I can capture the images for the website." Titus appreciated that Harper took her role seriously as the social media manager for the ranch. Before she took over, no one ever said things like, "for the website," since there was no website. Now, not only did they have a website, but profiles on all the social media platforms. Harper had really put Whispering Oaks Ranch on the map in new ways. That was when Katie suggested the idea of a wedding venue. "I've already had people ask if we host weddings. One woman begged to have her ceremony here and said she would do all the work herself if we would just rent the field." Lawson scratched his head. "That still seems crazy to me, but I'm glad you think it will work." Titus cleared his throat and spoke up. "Remember, you said you would teach me some photography, Harper." Harper smiled. "I haven't forgotten. That's why I asked you to come today. Like I said, this isn't exactly my forte, but it will be easier starting out with still objects and landscapes." She pulled her camera strap over her hand and handed it to him. "Here, why don't you take a few shots and see what you can come up with?" Titus tried to hide his grin. This was exactly what they had been hoping for. "Sure." Harper walked with Lawson. "Over here is where we would build an archway for the ceremonies." She turned and pointed. "And all the chairs would be out here for the guests. We will use the old cabin on the hill, once it's renovated, of course, for the bridal party to get ready. Then they can ride over on horses or in the horse-drawn carriage to walk down the aisle." "That sounds nice. What would you do?" Lawson asked. Harper turned and looked at him in surprise. "What would I do about what?" "Would you ride on horses or in the carriage?" She pressed her lips together and didn't make eye contact with Lawson. "Oh, I don't know. I haven't thought about that." Lawson reached for her hand and turned her to face him. Are you sure? Harper looked at him and tilted her head. I don't know. Maybe. Titus positioned the camera. Hey, why don't the two of you pose so I can take your picture? We can get an idea of what it will look like when couples get married right there. Lawson laughed nervously. Sure, like this? He took Harper in his arms and kissed her. Harper smiled. No, like this. She stood, holding hands with Lawson as if they were saying vows to each other. Perfect, Titus said, snapping a few pictures. That looks great. He checked the images on the back of the camera. Here, try this. Turn back to back. Harper did as she was asked and put her back to Lawson's. Great, just look off that way, Titus said, trying to keep her from looking at Lawson. Meanwhile, Lawson pulled something out of his pocket and held it where Titus and the camera could see. He kept snapping pictures and focusing on his brother and Harper. Harper, take a few steps that way, but keep looking out over the field. He waited as Lawson got down on one knee. Now, turn around and face Lawson. Harper turned around and gasped when she saw him. Her hands flew to her mouth. Oh my goodness! She moved to Lawson and he reached out and took her hand in one of his. With his other hand he held open the small box. Harper, I've never met anyone who captivates me like you do. You are kind and generous, and you're fun and adventurous. I admire the way you put your heart into whatever you do, whether it's photography or cooking or telling people about Jesus. I grew up here on this ranch, and for a little while, I thought maybe it wasn't the place for me. But now I know I want to live here as long as God will let me. I want to stay here and make a home and a life with you. Harper Sullivan, will you be my wife? Harper pulled one hand up to wipe her tears. Yes. Lawson slipped the diamond ring on her finger. He stood, took her face in his hands and kissed her. I love you, Lawson. I love you too, Harper. Harper kissed him then, wrapping her arms around his neck and drawing him close. They were completely enthralled with each other. Then Harper heard the clicking of the camera and laughed as she looked at Titus. You tricked me. Titus laughed and shrugged. Sorry, we just knew you would want to have pictures of this moment. So what do you say? Lawson asked. Think we can be the first couple to use the new wedding venue at Whispering Oaks? Absolutely, Harper said. There's nowhere else I would rather start our life together. As Harper and Lawson embraced, Titus stepped back and captured the moment. He couldn't help but wonder what was next for him, but for now, he was happy for the newest couple in the family and the next chapter in all of their lives. Ready for more from Whispering Oaks Ranch? Don't miss Titus's story in Forever for the Cowboy.